Hey, 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 everyone. Welcome back to Themis and Thought. Grab your coffee, water, tea, whatever you're drinking. Go and get that. I have been a bit busy, and as I said, I might not be changing this anytime soon, so apologies separately. For the coming year, I do actually have a New Year's resolution. I am planning to travel all over the US. I'm planning to go to random places that I've never been. I'm planning to do my my live, laugh, love journey in the US. I'm gonna travel outside of the US, but on the weekends I'm gonna try to work from different states and different areas. I want to try that. I want to travel. So, if I'm in your city, I'll let you know. So that's the first thing. Second thing is, welcome everyone. Welcome, 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 welcome. Um, la- th- my birthday was earlier this month, and um, I had a bunch of sort of realizations, and I don't know, like I spend so much time working and thinking about work and thinking about YouTube and writing a book or whatever. And like all of it is fun, but I do actually need to like go live my life. I feel like I've kind of in the last 3 years, I have cocooned myself away from sort of family and friends, and I'm trying my best, like obviously travel here and there, but I'm trying my best to get back to the like young adventurous person that I was in undergrad. So I am gonna try to start traveling again. Like I think that's a need. I got the traveling bug and I'm just gonna live it out. Obviously because of work I can't be doing international traveling because I do work on the weekends and I take client calls and all that kind of stuff. So I'm going to stay in the US on the weekends, but I'm going to try to do every month, maybe like a really big trip or something. But like on the weekends, I'm going to start um, traveling a lot. So that. One more update. I will let you guys know that I did launch a Patreon at the advice of Cynthia G. Thank you so much. If you haven't gone to her Patreon, she was live today at cynthiag.com/, Cynthia G. Um, Moderators drop the link. Please don't rush over. It's not active yet. I only posted a picture. I'm launching it next year, and I was going to announce it next year, but I wanted it to be a bit more personal insofar as update video, live video, me stressing out in work, how I organize, how I do everything essentially. So that will be all over on Patreon. And I'm planning to do something that I feel like is a terrible idea, but I'm going to do it anyway. I'm going to start doing laser hair removal here because for the first time in my life, I'm getting like acne along my hairline, and I usually stay in the mirror. I usually just sit in front of the mirror and just talk, laugh, rap, whatever. Love the mirror. Unfortunately, unfortunately for me, my hair is not doing what I needed to do. So I'm gonna go ahead and do laser hair removal. If anyone have any suggestion about it, let me know. I'm definitely gonna be talking in the Discord later all of next week because I'm going to try to set up a first appointment because I'm not going to use my mom's dermatologist. I'm going to use it in my state. And so I need to find one that works on darker skin. So I'm not going to tell y'all anything else about this. It will be over on Patreon. I'm going to be over there. If you don't want to know anything, this is where I'm going to archive all my videos. Please don't feel like you need to be over there. It's not to promote anything really. The Patreon is just going to house most of my videos, just in case YouTube shut me down. I don't know if I'm ever going to go live there, but I will make specific videos for it. I don't know how else to promote it because I don't actually want to promote it. Note that anything I do on Patreon, I will be over here talking about in the membership. So you don't have to go to Patreon, um, but it's going to be there. And I am going to start blogging more, writing more, engaging more, and we'll see what happens. I'm excited. My energy is a bit low. And part of that is because of the video I'm doing today. I'm going to discuss a live I did with um, one of my friends, Kyle, who is a really close friend of mine. He came on and he brought some of his friends on. And I don't know any of his friends. We don't live in the same state. We went to uni together. We are both attorneys. I have tremendous love and respect for him. We we spoke in depth before and after the stream, and I told him today that I would be reviewing the stream. um, I've extended an invite, and that invite remains open because I don't like talking to people, talking about people when they are not here to respond. So that is going to happen, and I don't know, it just, I've rewatched part of it in the Discord, and it's sad. And I'll explain why. I don't know why I'm like choked up. Like I'm not sad or anything. It's just like I'm a bit like, I don't know. Whatever. Anyway, whew, that out of the way. I will talk to the moderators more on our first meeting of 2024, and we'll discuss the Patreon and everything and what I should be doing and what I shouldn't be doing. And we'll have a fund where we sponsor each month, hopefully, um, different families for food and what have you. And so I'm trying to make that work in terms of tax because I hate the complication of tax because this is not a 501c3. So it might be a sort of business expense, and I need to figure out how to do that. Maybe it's in the PR budget or something. I don't know yet, but I'm figuring that out. And as soon as I do, I'm going to link so the Patreon contribution with the YouTube and Cash App contribution and try to figure out how we can do some good from the channel. So we'll see some actual good in terms of financial outreach. So I'll talk to the moderators about that. Wake Up Makeup Slaves very good about coming up with these kinds of ideas and kind of bringing them to fruition along with Vitamin and the other moderators. So I'm excited. They're always pushing me to do more. So hopefully they keep pushing. All right. That out of the way, it feels like I'm stalling, and I am. I am very much stalling. I'm very much stalling because I don't want to get into this. Also, I'm going to go to the gym after. So I'm going to go to my home gym so I don't have to get off early. So. Pretty Scorpio 80 has been a member for a year. Thank you so much. Thank you. Should I just jump right into the video? No, I'm going to show y'all something because y'all are out of pocket, and I want to know who you agree with. I'm going to show you all a video, and then afterwards, let's find out who y'all agree with because I know who I agree with.
24 female, have been with my boyfriend, John, 23 male, for a little over a year. We met after a close friend, let's call her Isabel, introduced him to our friend group, and things developed quickly between John and I, while Isabel and John remained close. I always viewed their relationship as purely platonic. As it turns out, I was very wrong. I noticed John mentioning Isabel more often than usual, and them exchanging looks and giggling whenever we hung out together. He would reassure me that it's just an inside joke, and me knowing would ruin the fun of it. To prove my suspicions, I came up with a plan. So last week, while grocery shopping, I bought some peanut butter. Under the pretense that I wanted to try a recipe I saw on TikTok. 2 days ago, John and I got up in the morning, and during breakfast, he proclaimed that he would be working late again. This is when I took the peanut butter out of the cupboard and ate 2 slices of toast with lots of peanut butter. Before he left, offered to perform or he happily agreed. Later that evening, the group chat is informed by John that Isabel has been hospitalized. She was released the same day, and John is bombarding my phone with messages and calls accusing me of poisoning Isabel on purpose. Isabel probably talked to our mutuals about it since I've been kicked out of the group chat and nobody is responding to my text.
That was some dangerous PB and BJ.
Nice.
I am confused as to why the friends stopped being friends with the girlfriend. Isabel was out here doing things Isabel should not have been doing. And while I'm not for this kind of sabotage, okay, wait. So there's this girl named Isabel. Isabel introduced, let's call her Becky. Rebecca, I don't know. Call her whatever you want to call her. Isabel introduced one of her guy friends to Rebecca. Rebecca and the guy friends are now together and dating. Rebecca thinks that Isabel is cheating with the guy, and Isabel has a nut allergy. Isabel is allergic to nuts. So to test if her boyfriend is cheating, to test if her boyfriend is cheating, she got a bunch of peanut butter and did you know what? The boyfriend apparently somehow got that peanut butter on his private onto Isabel enough to send her to the hospital. And now people are mad at Rebecca. People are mad at the girlfriend. I'm confused as to why people are mad at the I'm confused why y'all are mad and the people are mad at the girlfriend. She didn't send this man with the peanut butter on whatever to send that woman to the I'm confused. I'm so confused why they unfriended her and blocked her. Like she Isabel wouldn't have been hospitalized if she wasn't doing something she shouldn't have. Right? I'm so confused why the mutual friends, decided that Rebecca is wrong. Like I'm so confused. How no one dragging the boyfriend? Anyway. I thought that was so funny. Here's one more. Actually, let's do one more before we get into the foolishness that I have to do. Period. I agree. She did nothing wrong.
I don't believe it's a bad thing to try building something while you're struggling, because as a man, that will challenge you to discover how to be of benefit to a woman's life separate than what's in your bank account, when society and some women only want to equate us to that. And as a woman, it will challenge you to discover how to be a benefit to a man in the same way. But what I do believe is that if you are struggling, they deserve to know that. That's not something you keep from someone you're interested in, because it would be very unfair to them if you push for a relationship, they get emotionally invested, and then have to find out you're struggling financially.
Okay, first of all, why this man look exactly like my brother? Yeah. Why does this man look exactly like my brother? I don't understand that. So that's the first thing. The second thing is, he said, while you're struggling, it is okay to build something. And I'm fully on board. Build your life, build your career, build your economic status, and build everything, girl. Why are you telling people to go find relationship while they're struggling? Look, I know a lot of people are like, oh, I'm against struggle love. I'm not against struggle love. I'm not. Let me be fully clear. I am not against struggle love. I just don't want to struggle in my love, and I don't want said struggle love. But I am not going to degrade anyone. I won't. I would never. I'm not about to degrade anyone who wants a struggle love. If that's what people want and that's how people want it, then that's fine. And I think that we can say what we want outside of outside of forcing that on people. So if you want struggle love, you get struggle love. But when he said build, I literally thought this man was talking about building a life, building a career, building up economically. That's what I thought. I didn't realize he was saying when you're struggling, you can and should be building relationships with people that you're going to be intimate with. The problem is with children, and I'm not going to get any deeper into this at all because I don't want people to believe that I believe that I can dictate their relationships. I think wherever you find love, you find love. And I will never tell you to not chase struggle love. If you want to struggle in love, then that's you. Beard weaves are nasty work. Y'all think it's beard weave? Leave this man alone. Oh, Orange Pill is here. Hey, Orange Pill. hey, hey, Orange Pill. How are you? How are you doing, Orange Pill? How are you doing on this Friday night? You good? I have something in my eyes. I hope all is well with you tonight, Orange Bill. Hi, Demus, new sub, love your content. Welcome. Oh, hey, Sin, welcome. Everyone give Sin a warm welcome. I think I saw Sober Bobo in the chat. Welcome, Sober Bobo. To all the moderators. Something is in my eye. 1 second. To all the moderators, thank you all for the hard work. If you have not gone to Sin's Patreon, it is patreon.com/Cynthia G. She went live today. And yo, I think one of the funniest drags, actually, I think one of the funniest drags is whenever Sin is talking about Dr. Umar. I, I promise you that whenever Sin is talking about Dr. Umar, if you're not watching, you should watch. What up, team? Is headed to work, just listening in the background. Period. I'm all right. I'm not going to say anything. People have reached out on your behalf, Orange Bell. People have reached out on your behalf, and people have told me that I needed to be nicer to you, and that I should try to better connect with you. Now, I've given up on the whole connecting bit, but I will try my best to be nicer, as I was told. All right. So let's play the intro, come back, and let's get into this discussion of this live. I will drop the link because this is a two-way discussion. If you have not watched the men's panel, please do not hit the link. I am only saying this once. If you have not watched the men's panel, do not click the link. The reason is it makes no sense to have a discussion about the panel if you did not watch it. We're going to be reviewing the panel, and about the hour mark, I will drop the link so people can come up and give their feedback. Please be respectful to the people who shared their time with us. This is a 7-hour live stream, so I know I'm not about to watch all of it. Please remind me that I need to get to the edit portion of this video. The edit portion of this video is super important, but we're going to try to watch it in order. And if we run out of time, we're just going to skip to the Eddie, when Eddie, the person whose name was Eddie, came up. All right. Grab your coffee, water, tea. I'm drinking coffee because I'm exhausted and I know it's night, so it is what it is. I have an early morning flight tomorrow, so we shall see if I make it. we shall see. All right. So, You all were very funny in the chat. You all were very, very funny in the chat. Finn, by the way, but wake up. I know you're in the back, but I need to go grab my phone because I need to send the link. Well, Finn is in the chat. Let me know, Finn, if you want to come up because it's going to start off on you. I don't know if you're hearing Finn, but it's going to start off on you. Right? All right. Wake up. Let me know in the private chat if you can hold. Can I run and get my phone? I need to get my phone in order to send this to.
Go run and get your phone.
All right. Thank you.
You're welcome. Hey, everybody. I am not coming on camera because I am not ready yet. But how's everybody? Merry Christmas. Happy Hanukkah. All the fun stuff. Hey, hey, hey. I love it. Y'all ready? Y'all ready to twerk in the chat? Just be nice. We're going to be nice today, okay?
Ain't no twerking in the chat. We're not
We're going to be nice today.
At all. Thank you, by the way, Wake Up Makeup. By the way, Wake Up will be behind the scenes. She can jump on whenever she wants, but she's going to remove you if you come up. The first question I'm going to ask is, did you watch the stream? And if you haven't, there will be no ifs, ands, or buts. She's just going to remove you.
Yes, I have the power.
It's just what it is. All right. Thank you, Wake Up, by the way. Here's the problem. I should not have. Let's start where I was wrong on that panel. I should not have started off the panel with the Sinji's clip. I should not have done that. And the reason I should not have done that is I think sin is very triggering for a lot of men. Wait, I'm laughing because I knew this could have been a problem. I knew it could have been a problem. And before I played the video, I sent the clip and I asked if it was okay. Now, the one thing I did not do is say, oh, this is the part you should watch, right? But nothing I asked, none of the questions that were posed, the fact that I was going to start off with Sin's video, none of that was new. One of the things that I don't do, and I will never be accused of doing in any meaningful way, is lie to people or trick people when they come on my platform. I am not disingenuous. I gave all the questions that I was going to ask. I gave all the topics that I was going to ask. The fact that at some point during the stream, there were people who said, this is not what we came to do, was fascinating to me because everything that I did, I told them I was going to do before they came on. I made multiple efforts to make clear that this is what the discussion was going to be. We can talk about relationships. We can talk about the community. We can talk about whatever it is that you wanted to talk about, the people who came on. I said this. You can talk. We can go anywhere. You can ask me anything. Here are the questions that I am going to ask you. And so there is a part of it that felt a bit odd when people are saying, "Oh, I didn't know this was going to happen." Someone said that I set them up to be jumped. And I'm sitting here thinking, it was one of me against all of y'all. What do you mean I set y'all up to be jumped? I didn't set anyone up to be jumped. And so, I don't know, for a week-ish, for a couple of days after the stream, I was really sad. I was sad because I didn't quite know what it was that I was supposed to do. Like, I wasn't sure what the panel was supposed to be in the people's mind who came on because I could not have been more transparent. Like, I literally could not have been. I don't think it was possible for me to have been more transparent about what it is that I was going to do. And I also made clear that I am not going to just agree to agree, right? I'm not going to agree for the sake of moving the conversation forward. But I also did not want my friend Kyle to have issues with his friends. So I was trying to be as deferential as I could be without lying or without hiding my true feelings. So it is with that that I'm going to move forward with reviewing of the video. And again, I take ownership of the fact that maybe they didn't want to tell me no. Maybe they didn't want to tell me that they didn't want to hear the video first. Maybe. But I'm very sure that I sent all the information. But here we go. So now that being said, please be careful in the chat. Try to be kind, and do not be disrespectful to the people who shared their time with us. All right. That being said, let's start. I also hate watching myself, but we have to. Hey. Well, that part here. Moderators, please be in the chat looking out for disrespect. We're not going to do that today. I want to host more men's panel because I think we don't get male perspective on here a lot. Usually, I have a lot of women come up and we talk. I don't know how we got to 177 viewers. I'm assuming it will be a really fast chat. We are upwards of 800 people might be watching live at one time. So moderators, again, please make sure you're in the chat. I will slow down the chat if it is needed. Hopefully it's not. But again, please be respectful. You can disagree. You should disagree, but you can do so respectfully. And then we're going to go into the chat. And also, give these people a chance. Do not just brush people off and say you disagree without hearing them. So yeah, here we go. And when they come on, they'll introduce themselves. And I'm actually quite excited. So let's get into the video. Hey everyone, you guys are live. So we're going to go down the row. So Chris, Kyle, Jay, and then L. Just brief introduction, name, age, occupation, marital status, that kind of stuff.
All right. Hello everybody. My name is Chris. I am 37. I'm a licensed paramedic, and I now work in the cath lab with my RCIS certification, and I am a traveling cath lab technician.
Nice. Thank you.
My name is Kyle. I've been on before. I'm happy to be on again. I am 33. I am married. Been married for about 5 years or so. Been with my wife for, I want to say 12 or 13 years total. And I'm an attorney.
Good. Let's go to L next.
Yes, my name is L. Currently married, 33 years old, business owner, construction, do general contracting, local area.
Thank you, Jay.
Jay, 36 years old. I am a licensed realtor in the state of Georgia and a real estate investor. Married with three little girls.
Oh yeah, I'm married. I don't know if
is everyone on here married?
I believe so.
Yeah.
All right. That's good. So let's jump right into it. I'm going to play a video, and I want y'all's response to the video before we even get into a discussion. I think it's good to start here because behind the scenes, Chris and I were talking, and he watched one of my videos. And while he agreed with some of it, he said there's some things that he disagreed with. So I'm going to play this video. I'm going to stop it after a minute, and then we'll discuss.
Well, I'm Cardi B there. Didn't Cardi B sit up there and say, "Oh, cheating ain't the reason I'm leaving Offset and Offset been community"? So maybe she ain't. She probably ain't for Cardi B because she did okay. Cardi B did okay with Offset cheating. We don't get to that rant though. So let me get over here with this Dusty Darius Dalton. Let me show you. Like, I'm so tired of these clout chasing bandits. Like, I really am. I am so tired of these clout chasing bandits. I just am. So this bandit came out, mind you, there's pictures out where he put hands on people. So the Darius Dalton situation is another situation in which Black women make themselves look clownish. Sitting up talking about they don't believe Keke Palmer. Yeah, because bandits are known for keeping their hands off women. Like, really? Like, these bandits have been, let me tell y'all some sidebar. Somebody reached out to me, one of my subs, shout out to the one who did if you're watching. But shout out to the person who sent me the information on The Color Purple. And I'm gonna let y'all know I have not ever watched The Color Purple, the movie all the way through. I haven't. The movie came out before I was even born, but that's still no excuse to not have watched Color Purple. Some of my sisters have. They've also, read the book. If we're looking at The Color Purple, we know that it's a time period piece, okay? In The Color Purple, one of my subs sent me information because apparently they have a new Color Purple coming out. Unbeknownst to me, when the first Color Purple came out, but definitely not surprising. Unbeknownst, but not surprising. Apparently, there was all types of protests saying that the movie negatively portrayed Black men. It made Black men look abusive. It made Black men look like they were oppressors of Black women. So it's looking like the movie had an accurate depiction of Black men. And Black women were mad at the movie, so therefore they protested the movie based solely on how it depicted Black men. Because of course, whatever any piece of literary art or whatever movie, book, or even a report, somebody could do a book report on how Black men act. And if anybody talk about how they truly act, it's going to upset mostly Black women. Black women are going to get more offended by somebody telling the truth about Black men than even Black men do. So it sounds like the Color Purple accurately depicted Black men, and Black women had a problem with that, and then started protesting and moving for the movie to be boycotted, for the production to stop. Basically, they said, put that movie back in the studio and don't ever release it, because at the end of the day, y'all telling too much of a truth about Black men. But the fact that this was in the 80s, and it was a period piece during Jim Crow. And if you do the research, you will actually see how abusive bandits were. You will actually see how bandits and their abuse of Black women is one of the reasons why domestic violence laws were established. I know y'all probably don't know that. If you do the research and go far down the rabbit hole of when they start making domestic violence unlawful, part of it was because of bandits beating on Black women.
All right. This was supposed to be a very quick part of the video. The reason is we were going to be talking about abuse in the Black community, right? I said I wanted to talk about abuse and how do we even have the discussion around Black women and their experiences at the hands of Black men. And that was the kind of conversation I wanted to have. This video should not have been what I kicked it off with. I will own that. I will always own that. Because again, it did not feel like we could get past the video. And I thought we could have gotten, in my mind, and maybe I'm wrong for this, in my mind, I thought I was going to play it and everyone on the stream was going to say, not all Black men, not all Black men, not all Black men, right? That's what I thought was going to happen. And then we would move on to how much is too much. What is the percentage, and kind of how do we collectively have the discussion? This was not supposed to be a session around Cynthia G and like an attack on Cynthia G by the people who were on the screen. And it found fascinating the fact that she was not up here and she couldn't have come up here because like it was supposed to be a man's panel. And it felt like we could not get past that, right? And I'm trying to figure out sort of why it was. After the stream, I was trying to figure out why it was. I'm trying to figure out why it was and what was happening. And so you'll hear it in the responses in a moment. Sorry, I just got like 5 texts from like different people. DMS, the problem is not you. It's that they came there thinking it was going to be a celebratory discussion about them being good Black men. They didn't come prepared to have an in-depth discussion on Black community issues. This is also one of the questions, by the way. This is one of the questions I kept asking, what it is that y'all want to do, right? What is it that you want to communicate? Like, are we just going to be up here and saying, y'all are the good ones? Like, thank you, Maya. Y'all disingenuous anti-Black in this room. Gonna just remove detractors to have your echo chamber. You can't be pro-Black and anti-Black, man. Whole lot of nobody going back and forth. I mean, if you, when I drop the link, you can come up, but I'm sure you're not. This is also part of the problem that I have. A lot of people have a lot to say in the chat, and then they're like, oh, all you want is echo chamber. All you want is echo chamber. I do these panel, I ask people to come up, and then all of these people suddenly disappear. Like, I am very pro, by the way, talking to this man who dropped this comment. Like I'm very pro, and it's not on like I want to attack anyone. I am pro you saying this is some foolishness, whatever it is, anti-black man, whatever. I am pro talking, but these people who talk tend to not ever want to come up. Anywho, thank you, Maya. Let's continue. Fairest says, your catchphrase should be, you want to be lied to. Period. Black women are ones who got thin off YouTube, not black men. What? I don't know what that is. Thank you, though. Muse has been a member for 6 months. Patron submit, instead of them attempting to prove black women wrong, their strategy is to deflect and shut down anyone who covers the truth of their behavior, past or present. Yeah, that's what it felt like. So let's get into the actual discussion. See, this is the foolishness. Afraid to talk, laugh. You're not worth the time, but you are here. Like you're here in the chat. Like you have so much. See, you're still in the chat. This is my problem. How are you here in the chat doing all this twerking? You get called out that, oh, you're not worth the time. Girl, you are here. You're here twerking. So obviously you have something to say. You just can't stand by it. Hey, Sin. You're muted, by the way, Sin, if you're talking. She can't think disconnected. All right, let's continue. The pastors, the good black men, the educated ones, the wealthy ones, the Pookie and Rays are all on code on protecting degeneracy. The thing is, I don't actually think it's protecting degeneracy necessarily. I think it is protecting their image, which ultimately downstream from that is allowing the kind of degeneracy you speak of. They define anti-black men as anything that holds them accountable in any way. Well, I wanted to know what he wanted to say, but y'all can go ahead and block him if you so feel, because it's a waste of time. That comment just shows that being pro-black means being pro-black men only want to be, always have Twitter fingers and no action. Girl, I'm waiting for someone to come up and explain some stuff. Hey, Sin, how are you? You're muted.
Hey, sorry, I'm muted because I'm still on anti-duty and I'm at the park. That's what I'm saying. And it's like I didn't want to unmute while I'm being asked a bunch of questions. So I was on mute. So that's all.
You're fine. And by the way, you can leave and come back and mute or whatever you want to do. Jump in whenever.
Yeah, I definitely will. But if I go on mute, then that means I'm trying to handle them with this kids. So yeah, but right now she's just playing. So.
Oh.
You know what was most fascinating, really? You know what was most fascinating about this panel? What was most fascinating to me was that these were, black men who are married, employed with good jobs, who are supposed to be the representation of the quality black men in the community, yet they sound just like the bandits, just like them. And this is why I'm saying they really can't be vetted, because if we were vetting, then we would see, if we were vetting, then we would have to disqualify them because they have the same mindset.
So the thing is, I don't actually know if I would agree that they quote unquote have the same mindset, but I do think they protect people who don't have the mindset like they do, which is an odd thing.
Well, I can't speak to their mindset fully because of course I don't know them, but based on what they were saying on the panel, the defense not wanting really just kind of wanting to avoid putting the accountability on black men, wanting to avoid the acknowledgement that most of the problems in the community is indeed coming from them. They were completely fine with the generalization of Black women and didn't even ask for any disclaimers. But even in the beginning part, the way they set up there and got mad at me talking about the representation of Black men and how they're abusive and tried to deflect and gaslight so that it's as to basically say they're not. That's the same thing the so-called problematic ones do. So it's just like, to that extent, but I really can't say, I don't know them fully, so I don't know what their mindset, but based on what they represented on the panel, it would be very difficult to tell the difference between them and the problematic men.
So it's interesting because you said 95% of Black men are like this. And in my mind, you don't have to respond to this, but it felt like you just threw out a larger number because you're like, it's too much, right? And everyone
I threw out 95% to antagonize them.
No, interestingly, when I think it was Kyle at the end where people were like, how much of your friends did this or did that? He said 95%. And it was in the Discord that they clipped it and sent it to me where, like, apparently, I've lived in America most of my life, but it seems like people just kind of throw 95% when they want to speak in sort of hyperbolic language unconsciously. Because in that same live stream, and I hope we get to this part, one of the men, I don't know if it was Kyle, one of the men actually said, yeah, I'm sure 95% of my friends don't do this, right? And because it was so quick, I didn't pick up on it, and my Discord pointed it out that like people use 95% as a way to sort of exaggerate the claim, but they do mean that it happens too frequently, which I thought it was an interesting thing to have happened in the live stream where they were mad at you for saying 95%. I think that was fascinating.
Which my actual statement was that 95% of them participate in Black male degenerate culture. That's what I meant. Not 95 of them are abusers.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. All right, let's watch it. Obviously, again, jump in whenever you want. So let's continue watching. Who wants to take it first?
Go ahead, brother. Go ahead.
Well, I was going to honestly say, I was having technical difficulties, so I didn't really hear it. So do you mind summing up basically what she just said? Just break down in a short, concise statement of everything she was saying. I heard the fact that she was saying color purple descriptive Black men in an accurate way, but that was pretty much the only thing that I've heard.
That's what she said.
And that's it.
That's essentially it. Wait, can everyone drop a 1 in the chat if you can hear me well? All right, yeah, that's what she, Finn was saying that the color purple, even though it was a period piece, fictional period piece, that it accurately reflected some of the ways in which Black men engage with Black women.
Oh, can I say something really quickly? Because I really do feel like, based off the description of that movie, the personalities of the characters, I would say that it was an accurate depiction of how Black men are to Black women. And I don't understand why they took issue with that, aside the fact that this is shedding a light on Black men's behavior. But I think it's definitely an accurate representation. And they haven't changed the way they interact with Black women since. It's actually gotten worse.
Sorry, that was muted. I don't disagree with your statement. And the thing, I promised I wasn't even like trying to push back because it went too far. Their critique went too far. And that's when I decided to have a conversation, because I didn't care necessarily about their opinion of this specific clip. What I cared about is a larger conversation about abuse in the community. But it felt almost like we couldn't move on unless we got an exact number and percentage of abuse. And that feels an odd point to be caught on for them. And
it was, especially since anyone can just look up the DV rates in the Black community. And even though they won't show 95% of Black men being abusive, we know that a lot of abuse goes unreported, so it's not making it to the statistics. Just like essays and other things, we know all of it's not reported, but we do know what is reported is a higher number than it should be, especially with domestic fatalities, meaning the woman loses her life as a result of the domestic abuse. It won't say 95%, but we do know there's different forms of abuse. That's why I said to some degree, 95 of them participate in abuse of Black women. And I really do stand by that. I think to the tune of 95% of them are to some degree abusive, whether it's reflecting in the statistics or not. This is what I believe.
The thing is, a lot of people, for me, I disagree with you on the 95% number. But I also recognize that there are people being abused that don't even know they're being abused, right? There are a ton of abuse that are not reported. And so the underreport of abuse put it upwards of 40%. This is like sexual abuse. But all of the abuse outside of sexual abuse goes up, and then Black women by the age of 18, 60% of them have been essayed. And so it's like, I don't understand why we're getting stuck at the number if we don't fully know, and we all recognize and agree that the number is far greater than what we know, like what we feel we know. So I didn't know why we got stuck here.
We got stuck because it was yet another situation where there's a panel of Black men, and most of them, basically everybody that you want to acknowledge, don't want to acknowledge what's going on here, because the data and statistics alone, especially if we add Black femicide into it, would provide more evidence that the depiction of Black men in The Color Purple was not only accurate, but it didn't go far enough. Basically, it didn't depict them as much as it should have, because the reality is they are, as a group, very disrespectful, very abusive, and they and oppressive towards Black women. I think Black women right now are not really as accepted of the idea of them being oppressive, because they think that oppression can only come from some form of systemic power, when that's not true. You don't have to have systemic power to oppress a group of people. You simply need to have authority over them, which Black men do have authority in the community. So I don't think that they're willing to admit to that Black men are the main oppressor. But at the end of the day, with everything, if we take it into account, yeah, you can cry, but The Color Purple was an accurate representation of Black men. And the older movie, for the most part, got a lot of backlash when I looked it up. Like, I wasn't even aware that it got that much backlash.
Yeah. I heard about that too. And I saw some of the clips of people talking about, they call it the quote unquote color purpling of the Black community. It is important to note that Chris, the guy in the red, did break away from the rest and did actually attempt to figure it out and try to hold quote unquote men accountable and speak up. So he wasn't a part of the group thing. But let's continue.
Yeah, Chris was cool.
Yeah.
Some men engage with some Black women. Would that be correct?
Mm-hmm.
Well, then if it's some, then that's only a fraction of the story. So my second question would be, why are you so adamant on focusing on the fraction of the story? Because I'm pretty sure that there could be a Color Purple that's reversed in its roles, where it shows a certain description of the melanated woman versus the melanated man. I'm pretty sure we could do that, but we don't, because there's no point in doing that. So my question is, what validity does that have to benefiting our society or our culture or healing our people to even complain about that? That's just my input. My question.
Does anyone have a differing opinion before we continue?
I don't feel like it reflects all Black men, because not all Black men put their hands on Black women.
Yeah, I think, and I will kind of jump on this too. I think that Elle and Chris kind of pointed out the crux of my issue, not with what, what's her name? Senji, not with what Senji was saying. Not with what Senji was saying about just kind of giving us a recitation of what happened when the movie came out in the 80s, but how she says, oh, she takes the depiction of black men in the movie, or a portion of black men in the movie, and then somehow generalizes it as an, quote, accurate depiction of black men, period. Like, that is my issue. And that is not actually an, quote, accurate depiction of black men, period. That's the issue with the way that she is characterizing what's happening. I think that there is section of black men
can we pause it?
Portrayed in the way the movie does, sure. But
the issue that I have with him is saying that he's saying this is not an accurate depiction, but not explaining how is it not an accurate depiction. What is it showing black men doing or saying that's not true? Like, how is it? Is he saying they're not verbally abusive? Do they not physically abuse? Do they not subject the community to sexual assault? Like, this is why I say that it's an emotional response to being triggered. How is it an inaccurate portrayal? If I'm saying that the portrayal is accurate and you're getting mad and saying, oh, she's ridiculous, she's ignorant, whatever you're saying, then you should be up there explaining how this is an inaccurate portrayal of black men. Like, explain to me what they're not doing, because they're literally doing everything that the movie showed them doing.
Yeah, and so I wanted in this moment to give grace, because I remember when my sociology teacher was telling me that, like, in the system of patriarchy, black men benefit, but we ignore the benefit because we are black in a racist system. And so what we do to the women in our community does not get put on display, and to ever talk about it is to be, quote unquote, racist from other community. And so black men we get to hide how poorly we treat other people, women and children, because to talk about it is to be racist. And I never liked that. And the time I remember being like angry because it felt like it was an attack on me. But obviously I respected him. And so, like, in my mind, I was trying to give the grace of, like, okay, maybe they're going through that. And so let me try to converse with them. Because, like, even when I was, like, upset, I never lashed out. I listened and I accepted it. And then my anger became sadness about, like, the kind of reality. And it just felt like it was just anger and refusal to accept reality. Potential, even if you don't accept it as a reality, like, this could potentially be the case. Let's talk about it. It just kind of felt like they're rejecting it and just, like, fighting it.
Yeah, it's almost like an extreme level of hurt people. That saying, they give that as an excuse to black men to an extreme degree, to where all of their behaviors are justified and dismissed by saying, well, the black man is oppressed. But we're not paying attention to how the black man oppresses the women and children in his community, and even other black men, because it's just like you pointed out, black men are not running from the hood to escape black women. They're doing it to escape black men. But yet, whenever their issues are brought up about what they actually do, just like Umar Johnson did on Fox Soul, that said, oh, well, everything that they do is the byproduct of white supremacy. But not explaining how, obviously. They'll give them the excuse, but then not explain how the external factors contributing to their behavior are causing it, rather than just them themselves. And they only do it with black men. Like, we don't hear, well, black women are baby mamas because they're oppressed. We don't hear any of that. Yeah. We're only, these excuses are only being lent to black men.
Hey, Kyle.
Hey, Themis.
How are you?
I'm good. How are you doing?
Doing well. If everyone's mic not working, I can't hear you. Are you far away from your mic?
Oh, can you hear me better?
I'm outside, so that might be why mine is like that, because I'm outside and there's a bunch of background interference.
Can you hear me better now? I'm just right in front of my laptop.
All right, I just turned up your mic. Try it again.
Okay, can you hear me better now?
I can hear you. It's a bit low. It's fine though.
Okay. I was just coming on for a second to do something that I think I should do. because we're friends, and you and I have spoken after the live. But I do want to acknowledge a few things. Number one, I want to apologize to you, Themis, for the way in which I sorry. You mentioned like not feeling well a few days after the stream, and I also was just reflecting after the stream. So I want to apologize for the way that I came off in response to the video that you showed, and I want to apologize for. I think that right now you're being very nice by saying like they, but I think that we all know that it was me who derailed the conversation based on a 100% emotional response to what was being said in the video, and then what was followed up with the 95%. And I think that there is actually a lot of truth to what you and Senji are saying right now as you're reflecting on it, and as I reflected on it, because in the moment I responded in a way that I shouldn't have, in a way that really stalled the conversation. And the reason why I did that is not because I was trying to necessarily protect my image, although I understand that it can come off that way. It was because I felt as though like, well, if you and again, Themis, I know this is not your full endorsement of what was said, but like if it is understood that the vast majority, no, I'm not going to say the vast majority, 95%, or just like generally speaking, like of Black men are X, Y, and Z, then why I felt as though like, why am I on the show? Like, why am I talking about what? Is there anything that I will say, or anything that any of these guys that I had come on will say that is going to be received, or is going to be understood in a way that's not framed that we are necessarily a part of that 95%? And so whether that was the right way of thinking about it or the wrong way of thinking about it, I do want to clarify that number one, I do think that there are massive issues in our community with abuse, with cheating, with men not taking responsibility for, things that they're supposed to take responsibility for. My issue with starting the conversation the way that it started was that I did not understand how we can have a productive conversation if we're just all like that. Like, what do I have to say, or what do we have to contribute that's going to be in the positive if we are just like everybody else? And like I said, whether that was right or wrong, that was what was going on in the moment. And regardless, I should not have derailed the conversation the way that I did. And I wanted to genuinely apologize to you for that.
Can I ask a question, Kyle? This is Sin.
Yes.
I know you weren't apologizing to me, but I guess I'll just accept your apology on behalf of Themis. So if you had an issue with me saying that the color purple was an accurate depiction of how Black men act.
I can't hear you.
Sorry, then how, sorry, I explained to Themis already, like if I have to go on mute, it's because I'm here at the park and I'm babysitting, but if you feel like the color purple was an inaccurate depiction of Black men, can you tell me how it's an inaccurate depiction? Like, what did the movie show that they were doing that they actually are not doing?
Oh, absolutely. So first of all, I don't think that the color purple is an inaccurate depiction of Black men. I think that it is not necessarily a depiction of 95% of Black men. It very well may be a accurate depiction of a good portion of Black men, and that is problematic. But I know that it is not a depiction of darn near 100% of us. And so that, I mean, that's literally what I think the point I was trying to make, and it got lost in a lot of things.
All right, but before Sin said I don't want to like grill you or anything, but like before Sin said the 95% thing, everyone disagreed that it was an accurate portrayal. And then somewhere in the conversation, Chris said, "Oh, actually, no." Because a lot of people don't report. So when you're saying it might be it is an accurate depiction now, it seems, oh, wrong mic, they said. All right. I should be on the right mic now. I apologize. When you say it is now, it feels like we're using the 95% to say your rejection of the portrayal was about the 95%, but before the 95%, it was rejected.
And the 95% comment wasn't even about the movie's depiction. What I said was that 95% of Black men are abusive to some degree, and they participate in the degeneracy of the Black male culture. And that to me is a fact. Like, statistics don't have to represent that 95% of them engage in some degree of abuse. That is what I still believe. Black men are very abusive, extremely. If it's not verbally, it's physically, or both, or sexually, but they are very abusive.
I think it's a real problem in our community. I mean, I think that's a real problem in our community. I don't think that nearly all of us are engaging in that behavior. I think that that's a fair statement to make, and that's my opinion. And so that I'm not really going to change that opinion. But Themis, to answer your question, which is, before she came on and posted the 95%, it seemed as though I still had an issue with the comment. And why did I still have an issue with the comment? I had an issue with the comment because to me it painted a very broad brush of the community generally. And so I think that people, even yourself, Themis, even me, right? I think that when we talk about these things, we have to be careful. And when we talk about these things, we are also bringing a lot of our own experiences and our own background to the conversation. And I think we should all be very honest about that. And so ignorantly, right? Ignorantly, I may feel as though, when I take a look at my family, my father, my grandfather, generations and generations of men who have been married and, who have taught me how to be respectful to my wife. When I look at people who I grew up with, when I look at my community, I don't look around and see 95% of us being this way, but ignorantly that ignores the experiences of other people who may not have that experience. And so I understand that. I think on the same token, if some of us have gone through really terrible things and like 95% of the men that we've experienced have been abusive or have been terrible, and I don't just mean physically abusive. Obviously, that comes in many shapes and sizes. Financial abuse, verbal abuse, right? If that is our experience, then we're going to see the world in that view as well. And so I am of the mindset that both experiences are important.
Do you think I protect Sinji?
I think that sometimes you don't. I feel that sometimes you don't call her out on things that maybe should be called out in the way that you call out other people.
Like what?
Well, like the issue with the abortion. I mean, that's just I feel very strongly about it, and we don't. I'm not trying.
To... Kyle, you can call me out. Kyle,
No,
you
no,
can
no, no,
call
no,
me out
no,
on it.
no.
Not
We're not debating this. We're not debating this because I think this is going to become too explosive. So I'll leave that
No,
alone.
it's not. It's not. I promise that. I'm apologizing, and in the form of my apology, I can't then become explosive for what I'm apologizing.
Yeah,
for
no,
doing
no, no,
last
no, no,
time.
no. But yeah, and I accept your apology. Like this is fine. Like I am fine. Like completely fine. I was hurt by the feeling, a separate
Sure.
feeling, which I can talk to you about later. But um, it seems odd to say I don't call sin out when like we've had like at least 3 debates on this channel about that.
Okay, so when I brought it up the last time on the channel, you said that her reasoning was because you said that it was because if the fetus is a male and there's not a black male there to raise it, or him rather, then that's the reason why. But I think there are other reasons why that are outside of that, which include that black men are, a large reason for why unaliving, I think is the term that you guys use on this channel, unaliving black women. That absolutely is true that happens, but I just disagree with the solution. I don't know if your dad is black or not, but like you do realize if that
both of my parents are black, and I also had 2 black brothers, and my
Girl,
stats are still the same.
them kids in the back dying.
No, I just asked if her dad was black because that means that if he was aborted, then she wouldn't.
Yeah, but so what the reason I don't push back in I think a lot of people's mind as forcefully against sin on that point, even though I vehemently disagree, it's because men agree with her. It feels like only people, if anytime people say push back or they disagree, they come up here and then they give me reasons why they actually agree with her. My principle stands put responsibility of leaving on the man, put responsibility of the unaliving on the man. It puts a ton of responsibility on the man. And because I don't put the responsibility on women, for example, it's easy to say, well, that is not the solution. Men need to be better, blah, blah, blah. Right? So, like, it feels like for most people, you and I have never talked about this in detail, but for most people, when they talk about it and the men who come up here, they only agree with her. They just don't like that she says it. Or she says something like, they say something like, well, why do we have to be abort black male? Why not abort any child? And then that becomes very confusing to me. So you are pro-abortion. You just don't want the woman to abort a black man, a black male fetus. Because why? Because if she can't raise it and you say she's supposed to be blamed for the community, this is a response to you blame, not you, but men blaming women for the state of the community. I disagree with the solution, but the men who are claiming that the women are to be blamed for having children out of wedlock, for messing up the community, for raising boys that they can't raise by themselves, when you make that argument, you feed right into sin's hand. And I disagree with that perspective. So because I disagree with the perspective that you blame women, I can push back. If you think you should blame women, you don't get to push back. Not you, but generally.
And that's the thing, because here's the thing: the reason these males get caught up is because they don't want to take accountability, and in an effort to avoid accountability, they will literally make statements like, you chose to be a single mother because you gave birth to that child. So if they're literally saying that by birthing a child, you're choosing to be a single mother, then they're telling you that the antidote to single motherhood is through abortion. So they're literally 100% saying that. They get triggered because of their ego. If black women don't give birth to black males, then black males don't exist. So it's 2-part. One, I'm going to run away from accountability because my culture is literally based around abandoning children, because this is a cultural dynamic at this point. These are high risk males. We now know, because they're doing it in every community, that if you have a child with a black man, your chances of becoming a single mother increases exponentially. and there's going to be no cultural accountability for him at all. The governmental accountability is lax at best. So it's literally putting the women in a position where they have no choice but to make this decision. Do I either free myself from single motherhood by having an abortion, or do I choose to become a single mother by birthing a child, especially a male, into this society so he can get sucked into this culture, and a male that I cannot raise into manhood as a woman? Like, I think Black men are not realizing you're not giving Black women much of a choice.
So do you understand now, Kyle, why, like, I push back and I debate her theoretically, in principle and practically, but I'm not going to be like, you're wrong. Why could you do this when men are saying the same thing? Like I am telling you that sin is wrong, but the men are saying the same thing. They're just saying, oh, abort the girls too. It's like the girls aren't causing the problems though.
Yeah, Black women are not out here abandoning their children and shooting up communities and committing acts of sexual assault at the rate that males are doing. Clearly, Black women are not the problem. Also, Black men are showing that they're not resilient. Every time they sit up and complain about what happened in the 60s as a reason for their failure to do anything in we in 2024, basically, they're saying that we're not resilient, that in response to oppression, we are stuck. We see that Black women are not. So in order to really fix the community, logically, you would thin the male herd, because not only are they telling you they're irresponsible, they can't build, they're expendable, they're disloyal, they can be used against the community by anybody, and they're not resilient because they simply cannot make it out of adversity, even though there's all other groups who have been through the same adversities to some extent, and they have been able to transcend it. Black men are the only ones stuck. Black women go through the same, except worse. Black women are double oppressed. We have more barriers than Black men. Y'all have a male privilege and you're still stuck. You're still not resilient. So it's like, why would we continue to give birth to males who are proving to be emotionally unstable, lacking accountability, refusing manhood and leadership? They're not resilient, but they can be and are willing to be used against the community. They're going to abandon you and leave you a single mother, toe tag you, destroy the community, and then take absolutely no accountability and point fingers at the women, which is forcing us to make a desperate decision for desperate times. What should we do instead?
So I don't disagree with the fact that these are all issues in the community. I happen to have a different opinion, which I am entitled to, that I don't think that the solution is to wipe out all males. So
no one said all. I said a significant portion, and you can't wipe out somebody who doesn't exist. So you're literally talking about non-existent entities being wiped out. The only way you can wipe somebody out is if they're already born and they already exist. I'm saying prevent the birth to begin with.
Okay, well, I don't agree with that, and that's my opinion. So that's just
that's the thing, though. Like you saying I don't agree with that is not a problem, because I also don't agree with abort Black male. The reason I don't agree with it is very different, and I don't know why you don't. I don't agree with it. I explain why I don't agree with it, but I don't know why you don't agree with it.
Well, I don't agree with it because I think that there are a lot of assumptions within the reasoning why they should be aborted. And I think that there are lots of, I also think that that means that that's just assuming that a Black woman cannot raise a Black male by themselves, even if they're unfortunately put in that position, that is a upstanding, responsible, non-degenerate contributor to society.
So
Kyle, does it look like Black women can? I mean, we've been playing this game since we got off the plantation. Does it look like Black women can effectively raise these males into upstanding adults with the juxtaposition of Black male culture that they're going to follow when they become at least 8 years of age, they're going to start following Black male culture. So these are not based on assumptions. This is based off of patterns of behavior, statistical data, leading all of the way up to right now. Also taking into account what they're telling us. They're telling us we can't lead, we can't build, we can't get past what happened with the Kerner Commission and welfare taking them out of their home. They're telling you they can't.
I don't think that women can't lead. That's ignorant.
No, I'm talking about the males.
Right. But I was talking about a woman's ability to raise a kid on her own.
So I don't know why this man is in my chat. Let me say. So please get out of my chat. Nobody care what you have to say. Anywho, let me just say this. Because it feels a little bit odd that even if, let me just say it, even if Black women could, I feel like the whole idea is they shouldn't have to.
But we've demonstrated, but theme is we've demonstrated that we can't. They say it out of their mouths. Black men will tell you Black women can't effectively raise their male sons. No one has the expectation that women induct boys into manhood, except in the Black community. And that's only so that Black men can avoid accountability for their absence and their willful negligence in raising their own children, because this is a choice. Nobody is forcing them to abandon their children.
I'm not. Oh, go ahead, Thema. Sorry.
So this is also where I disagree with Sin, but I understand where she's saying. Because this is the guy, right? How about the single mothers who are raising these bandits and dusters, right? They're putting the blame on the women, right? This feeds exactly into what Sin is saying. Because I am me, I am not about to sit here and use the logic of these men. I'm not about to do it. So when I hear these men talk, the reaction to it is very on point from Sin's perspective, and I agree. But I'm not about to listen to these men. I am not going to sit here and blame women for the men who are doing the bad behavior. Like what you mean?
No one's I'm not blaming women.
Not you. I'm talking about this Eugene person.
Oh yeah.
Especially when the reality is Black males are not following after their mother's behavior. They're following after their Black male peers. But hold on though, Kyle. It's just a silly remedial notion to think that parental influence is stronger than cultural and peer influence, when every source of data says that cultural and peer influence is stronger than parental. You're not going to convince me that these grown ass Black men have their mama in the back of their mind when they acting out. They don't.
Right. No, I think that, again, let me just be clear. I think that women should choose whether they want to have an abortion or not. Like, that's number one. So if a woman is in a situation where she feels as though she can't raise a child, or she's going to have a problem with it, or for whatever reasons that she's entitled to have, she should have an abortion. What I am against is a full stop, general, bright line rule that says that if you are a Black woman and you are having a male, you're going to have a male, that if you are a Black woman, then you a single Black woman, then you should just go ahead and terminate the pregnancy, just because of all of these kind of slippery slope things. That's what I'm saying.
But that's not your decision though.
Wait, I'm sorry.
You don't give birth.
This is gonna the YouTube algorithm. I did not, Kyle. The reason I have not debated anyone else on this is because the YouTube algorithm is gonna algorithm, and this is gonna get brought up, and I'm gonna have to defend my position on this over and over again, which is very annoying to do. However, I've made it clear that I don't agree with Sin, but what you just did was a straw man of her argument. First and foremost, it's not if the baby is male, abort. That's not what I understand. I understand it if you don't want to be a single mother. So this would mean if you're not in a healthy relationship with a man who is going to be there, who at least is there for you, then the question about whether or not you can raise this child by yourself becomes a personal question for you. Now, does the gender mean something in terms of if you can raise this child? And if it does, then the decision to either carry or not carry the child, I think, is a very personal decision. And I'm not telling any woman, by the way, to either have or not have an abortion, because that feels like a lot of trauma on its own. And I don't want to be involved in that. But I feel like that was a straw man of her argument, which I also disagree with.
Wait, let me just make sure that I understand the argument. I mean, not the argument, like her position, though. So, Sin, your position.
You said you're not okay with a general abort black male babies, and I don't think.
Yeah. Like, so that's not your position then. That like, if you are a single black woman and you're having a male, then you should abort.
No,
That's
you did not include the single black woman.
What?
You just said you did not include the single black woman. The analysis, I think, is more in depth than abort all black male babies if you're having one.
No. I'm saying if you're having one and the husband, and the male, the father is not around. That's what I'm trying to understand. Or are we saying individual?
Here's the thing, Kyle. I'll explain to you what I mean, because it's not unheard of or unusual for women to go on a birthing strike. They're literally doing it in Korea right now at the instruction of nobody. So this is not a foreign concept. Women are already going on birthing strikes in other countries. Furthermore, when China decided they wanted to have a policy that affect female children being birthed, that they are now regretting, no one batted an eye. Do you think the UN tried to stop them and said, no, there's value to having female children, stop putting restrictions on their birthing? No, they just went through it. But what my suggestion was,
that's terrible. I also disagree with that. Like, that's terrible.
Okay, so my stance is, if you have a high risk group of males who are going around in every community that they mate within and abandoning their children in high rates, then women need to be very much more selective in which of those which of those males that they choose out of this high risk group that they actually procreate with.
I agree with that. Wait, I agree with that. Go ahead.
Right, but here's what I'm saying. If a woman becomes impregnated by a male and he chooses to switch up and she is birthing and she's pregnant with a male child, for example, it's much easier for a woman to effectively raise a female because she is one than a male. So then at that point, they should decide whether they want to be burdened with the task of trying to raise a male as a single mother when their father abandoned them. We already know what is, because we already know what the outcome of that is going to be. We see the culture. We see, like, there's one of my sisters having an issue now with her son because she's like, I don't know what I'm going to do because the culture is already starting to affect him at a very young age.
1 second. Let
it's
me
already starting to affect him.
1 second. Let me address the chat. Kyle is a friend of mine. So the question of why he's upset about what I agree with or don't agree with is not a legitimate. I want to know what my friends agree with and don't agree with. Please be respectful. To the extent you think he is disrespectful, then gloves off. I don't think he has been disrespectful. And so I don't understand why there is so much disrespect. That's the first thing. The second thing is, to your question, Kyle, bringing it all the way back, because I don't want us to continue down this road at all. The reason is because I disagree with Sin. I told you I disagree with Sin. I told Sin I disagree with her. And to the extent you wanted clarification on her point, I hope you got clarification. But I don't see where this is going, and I don't want to be called in to defend a position that is not mine.
100% fair, and I do have more clarity on her position. I think I agree with some of it about what she said in the first part, and about women not sleeping with people who, probably shouldn't, will make crappy fathers and not be around. And then the other portion of her position sounds to me that she's saying that should be a factor in whether a woman makes that decision or not. And not necessarily that it is a automatic bright line rule that all women should do that in every situation. So that's what I get from it, and I respect your decision to move on.
All right. Finn, I don't know if you had anything else to say.
No, we
before
can
go.
move on. I'm good because I get it.
All right.
I definitely get it. We can move on.
All right, thank you. Why was fixing your image more important than addressing the reality of Black women are facing and vocalizing? How did that make you any different than the rest? I'm not going to thank you, Nicaris, but I'm going to ask a different question. What did you intend for the live to be?
I intended for the live to be a conversation about what goes into a healthy marriage, and what do these guys do in their marriages to make sure that it's sustained, and what are their wives doing in that same regard, and then like how do you pick up on that when you're in the dating scene? Like that's what I thought we were going to talk about.
All right. So when I ask about vetting, you don't think that was like because like I definitely asked very specific questions about how to do that, and the answer was I don't know.
Well, I think the answer was that number one, vetting is something that's not like foolproof, but you still need to do it. And number two, yeah, I mean, I think that was the main thing. But yeah, I don't know. I just think that we
But then how then that good way. So if you thought we were here to like talk about how to be in a good marriage and good relationship, it sounds like you wanted to flex. And I said this because like if you can tell the women here and the men here how they can get what you have, it sounds like you're just gonna say, this is why my marriage is good, this is what we do, blah blah blah. But I don't know how y'all can get it. Goodbye. That's not useful from my perspective at all.
I can see that perspective. I can see that point of view. I think that the purpose for my point of view was like, what are things that you can pick up on? So for example, like if I tell my wife I'm going to do something, like you darn sure I'm going to do it. Like, so if you're dating somebody, and I mean, I guess I wasn't thinking of like tying the dot or connecting the dots in the same way, but like from that, if you're dating someone and they tell you they're going to do something, it doesn't even matter how big or small it is, and it just doesn't get done, that's not a good sign. So, I mean, I don't know. I mean, I wasn't coming on the flex. I was coming on to kind of demonstrate like these are the types of things that healthy relationships, because it seems as though like there's a big question, and I may have misunderstood like just generally the premise. But I feel like there's a big question like about what should we be looking for. And I thought that like I thought that I talked about some of those things.
Yeah, but so I don't understand the second level, right?
Yeah.
The second level is how will this be useful to the watchers? Because ultimately, from my perspective, right, I wanted, when you said you were going to bring the men on, I was like, okay, fine. Because like, I don't know why, but now I want to talk to or have more men's panel actually. Because I need to convince men of certain things, right? So for me to have like an end of the year, this is what I want. The end of next year, I should have a big blow up with Sin to like debate her again on this. But first, I would need men to be more accountable. Like I can't tell women that, oh, this is not the answer, even though I really wouldn't. This is not the answer. However, if I do that, Sin is going to point to all the men saying, well, they blame Black women for everything, so, and we can't raise men, and everything she just said. Unless men come up and say, okay, we see the issue, we need to fix the issue. These are the things we need to do to fix the issues. And even just accept it. I don't know how we move forward, right? So, like, from my perspective, when you talk, I actually thought it was going to be a more boring live stream that no one watched. I thought it was just going to be a convivial atmosphere where we're talking about the issues, we're agreeing on the issues mostly, and then we go on about our business. I didn't actually think we would disagree this much and to this extent.
Yeah, and that's why I said with the video, I derailed the conversation and just completely took it in a direction that it shouldn't have gone.
You mean the same way you didn't call out the stats because of your opinion, again, at the expense of Black women? And also, Black women, in the way Nicholas is saying, there is a feeling that you don't, hey, Monique, that you don't empathize with Black women. Hey, Wake Up Makeup Slay, you look great.
Hello, thank you.
Yeah,
We
she
are
does.
at
I
the
think
hour
you're
mark.
so pretty. Wait, I think you're so pretty. Wake up, make him slay. I really
Thank you, Stan.
like
Same,
very pretty.
same. I'm always
Thank you.
looking
I
at your
appreciate
makeup
that.
whenever I watch it. I love it. I love it. We are at the hour mark. I don't know if you want to open the panel yet, or if you've even gotten to the point where
We have
in your
not
video.
got to the point.
All right.
Amos, do you want me to go? You want me to go in the back? I didn't mean to come and hijack the show or anything.
No, well, we're gonna review it so you can stay up with us. Like, I don't like talking about. I hate talking about people who aren't here. Like, I hate it. Okay. He is jealous of your relationship with Sin G. Kyle, in his emotions, spoiled the Barb's beans. I don't think Kyle is jealous. I think Kyle wants me to be more militant in my disapproval where I disapprove, so he can always know where I stand as a friend. And I don't think that's wrong. I think part of
that is not incorrect at all. And I just know you, and I see how you shut people down when they say things with that you don't disagree with, and so but that's I'm not jealous.
Yeah, no, and the thing is, like, if I for 1 minute believe that Black men actually were accountable in, like, saying, yes, we want to be fathers and I'm going to take care of my child, and like Black women weren't being left single mother at a high rate, I would feel more empowered to tell women what to do with their wombs, but even then I wouldn't. But you know what I mean? Like, it feels like a very invasive thing for a man. Intrusive too, but like it feels way too patriarchal to demand that women do something with their bodies or not do something with their bodies. And even to the extent that they are discriminating, it feels wrong for me to tell them that they should use their bodies in a very specific way. And so, like, even if I fundamentally, like, I told Sin I disagreed with her, and she was like, okay, let's debate, right? And I remember not backing out of multiple of the debates because it did not feel right. And so I said, we can talk about it from like a theoretical perspective where I'm talking about sex ratio imbalance and market power in terms of less men means more value. And I approached it from that specific way because it felt wrong to tell women what they should give birth to. Does that make sense?
Yep.
And that's why I'm not like, you are wrong. And I'm also not that militant. I do not think Themis protects Sinji. He aligns with her points based on data and can reasonably rationally, I don't know if it's rationally, reasonably deduct his own conclusion. Themis can think for himself. Yeah. And part of why I do like Sin, by the way, is the fact that she's one of the very few content creators online that I have very fundamental disagreements with. We talk about it respectfully, and it does not feel like it intrudes on our respect for each other. Like I disagree, we disagree, whatever, and then we move on about our business. And it doesn't feel like there is animosity there. Whereas as soon as I say hello to someone other people don't like, there is like, now they want me to apologize and bend the knee, and then our friendship ends. All right, let's continue watching the video. Let's read the super chats quickly and then watch the video. It is very hard to be respectful of Kyle when he is coming onto a platform filled with Black women and denying our statistical reality because he's upset about the theoretical deletion of non-existent male fetus. Please try, because the moderators are here, and if they're being disrespectful, they're going to time you out. After the third one, they're going to block. Dev, thank you for being a member. Straight people problems. Can we please ask Kyle to present an opposing solution? We're moving from this conversation. I know what you're talking about, but I want to move from this. So Kyle, as a lawyer, is disregarding decades of evidence and stat to soothe his ego and feelings, yet offers zero solution for the betterment of Black women. You're an individualist, I would say now. Right?
Yeah, if you wanted to put you know how I feel about labels, but I will not fight the hypothetical. Yes, I would say I'm an individualist at heart, I guess. Like my solution to go ahead, sorry. Yes.
No, thank you, Bunny. No, I'm not gonna push back. Adrian, but Kyle, all the upstanding Black men are going to marry all the women that they get pregnant and help them parent. Surely that's going to be most Black men, so there's no issue. Oh, sorry. I actually have to do this. If you think most Black men are good Black men who stick around with their women, then aborting doesn't become a problem because these women won't be single mothers, so they won't abort. If you believe that most Black men are good, Sim's argument doesn't actually affect the Black community.
I don't know if I would say I think that most Black men are good.
Oh, that's what it sounded like you were doing last time.
No.
I mean, but as good as he thinks most Black men are, that's fine. You can think that. The data says most of them ain't willing to take care of their kids, though. So they can be as good as they want to. They're still abandoning their children. We know that because we know it's tracked. And they're not just doing it in this community, it's in others too.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but what Adrian is saying is that, well, he wouldn't be worried at all if most were good. Because if most were good, then your solution wouldn't matter. But the reason it matters is because most aren't good and aren't going to stay around. And so that becomes a problem for the community.
No, I hear you. I mean,
that's an excellent point, actually. Kudos to whoever put that out there, Adrian Burroughs.
Yep, that was a very
great point.
It's a good point. I just have a question, Themis, just to this point. And you don't have to answer it. And I really don't know the answer. I think I know the answer. Did your mom raise you like by herself?
Wait, no. How do you not know this?
I feel like you always talk about your mom. I see you posting with your mom. I just never.
My dad does not like social media or like being out there at all. I thought you've met my.
No, well, even if I met your dad, I didn't know if you and like your mom and your dad were married and like they raised you together or like you. Yep. I did. That's what I was asking. I didn't know.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think the biggest problem is that my dad does not want to leave Jamaica. So
I got you.
Problem. But
yeah. No, I just know too many good people who've been raised by Black women.
Okay, you were gonna weaponize my upbringing. I'm kidding. No, you're fine.
Well, he could have. he could have tried to weaponize mine and ask if my parents were married, and then I would tell him yes, they were married for over 30 years. That didn't stop my mom from having to be a married single mother, though, and raising every last one of her children on her own.
Well, I wasn't trying to weaponize your parents' sin. Well, my point was that, like, if your mom did raise you by herself, I didn't know the answer to that, and then that means that you're wait. Pause. Never mind. That was the wrong thought. My thought was that your dad, if he wasn't married to your mom, or if he left your mom or whatever, then she, or his parents rather, if his parents had done what you were saying and his parents weren't together, then that means
To my knowledge, his parents were together. To my knowledge, he came from married parents also.
Right.
But I mean, marriage isn't. What enforcement is there to keep a married man in the home? Like, there's no marriage police that just goes door to door and makes sure men are honoring their marriage vows, or women. So marriage wouldn't even help in this situation.
Well, I guess I think of marriage as like it actually means something to me in my commitment. So that's why I'm thinking of in those terms.
And that's the only time it's gonna matter. That's why your marriage matters. It's because you are committed. But if you were just married and not committed, then no, that marriage wouldn't make you commit. It would just mean that you were legally tied to her.
I hear you.
I don't like that we just attempted to personalize the conversation. I'm trying to figure out why, specifically around me and my dad is like super private. I feel like you and I have spoken about my family, like in depth. Like, you've met my family.
We've not talked about your family in depth.
We haven't for how many years? 10 years now?
Yeah, I genuinely never knew. You don't talk about your dad, man. Like, I just didn't. I'm not talking about social media. I just never heard you. I hear you talk about your mom all the time, and so I was not sure. So I asked.
So we never had a conversation where you asked why I don't bring my father up on here, and I said he doesn't like to be talked about or mentioned. Like, I remember very specific conversations about my dad with you.
I asked you why you don't talk about your dad, and I don't think I ever got an answer to that question.
I did. I gave you. I told you. I said my dad does not like to be talked about online.
No, not online. Not online, bro. Just like generally.
I talked to you about him. Like, when I became president. When I did something in one of my speeches in uni, I definitely talked about him and the fact that I'm sad that he didn't want to travel, and that he was crying because he didn't like traveling, and that, like, one of his fear is traveling.
Okay, well, I don't want to derail again, so we
All
can.
right.
Yeah.
They have no solutions. All right, let's continue watching, and the super chats we'll read in a minute because we haven't even. They didn't push to creation. The ones who don't have solutions are individualistic. The situation cannot be fixed. Thank you so much. Wait, what? This is so funny. Sorry, when I'm uncomfortable, I like laugh, and I'm kind of uncomfortable.
Stay out of the Discord then.
So I don't know if you ever seen the movie Dolores Claiborne. Dolores Claiborne is a movie in the 90s about a white man who beat on his wife. So I mean, there's that, right? So I just and so we're not talking about how that depicts white men, period. That's my issue with it.
All right. So it's not all, it's some.
But she didn't say some, though. She didn't say some. She made a blanket statement.
No. All right. So we are addressing her. So you all are saying it's not all, it's some.
I don't know any.
Most things.
I know that I've responded to calls where domestic disputes where men have put their hands on women and vice versa. I didn't grow up like that. I was raised a man that's never supposed to put his hands on a woman. So that was my upbringing. I was never in a home where I saw my mom getting beat up or whatever. And to my knowledge, none of my close friends had that type of environment growing up either. So for me and what I've experienced, that wasn't a normal thing for me. I know what happens. I've seen the aftermath, but I don't associate with those type of people. So it's hard for me to say, oh, well, if this happens, then a man won't hit you, or like some people are just flat out crazy and will hit you. Like, you know, my only advice is to leave, but I didn't grow up in that type of environment, so I can't say, oh, well, you know, I have firsthand knowledge of this, this, and this. None of the guys.
Wait, so Al, you would agree then that more Black women should then call the police on these men?
Absolutely.
Yes, absolutely. If there is a situation where a woman is being abused, well, first of all, that's the importance of a father. First of all, a man should fear a woman's father. Like, that should be a no-no. You see what I'm saying? So that's where it starts. Then a second level to that is that father then teaches that woman how to defend herself. And then it also gets instilled into the sons, which are us, the men, to cherish your woman. And that's the definition of a real man. See, the thing is, some people talking about 90.
Okay, we're not going back to this conversation, but this is also the thing, like where men are saying, oh, fathers teach their sons. Like, the idea that like only a man can raise a boy is not something that came out of thin air. It's something that people have been talking about. The fact that they're saying, oh, you need a father on to vet for these women, right? And so like we don't have to stay on this, but like if he was the guy, L, I think his name was debating sin, it would be a weird dynamic after this is their position. But anyway, not important, we'll move on. I just wanted to like underscore that. People want to know what your sign is, Kyle.
Oh, they want to know my sign?
Mm-hmm.
I'm a Virgo.
Oh God, you know Virgo. I know nothing about. So this is not actually true or whatever, but I heard Virgo men are the worst.
Yeah, I've heard some stuff about Virgo men too. Like, I've never personally dealt with a Virgo man, but I've heard a lot of stuff about him too.
I can take it. That's cool.
No, I'm not saying you are, because I know you, but
we are definitely known to be direct people. So I don't really, and I don't, you know, we're not really people pleasers and all that. We just kind of.
5% of men. That number doesn't even make sense. And just like the number I just said, that is ignorance. And when we're saying these things, you have young, impressionable people taking that information in as facts, and it's not facts. It's not facts. It doesn't even make any sense. 95%. Let's say that there is how many millions of people that are melanated in this country? 95%. Are you kidding me, bro?
Yeah, I was about to say, I didn't think that I was hoping that she wasn't saying 95% of melanated men are somewhat abusive. I think she's clarifying it now.
No, let me be the damn thing. I'm saying the movie made an accurate depiction of Black men as a collective and a degenerate, oppressive culture. She then says, 95% of Black men, I said what I said.
Now she's doubling down on the ignorance.
Wait, so let's do this then. Let's not, because I don't actually agree with Sin on this point that that there can be a number put to it that we know of, because I don't know the number. But you all say some, she said some, you and her differ on the sum. We all, I think every single person, differ on how much. Why shouldn't this be a focus?
I don't understand, because right now I think we have 100% representation of Black men that don't abuse women. So on this,
whoa. What is the 100% representation of Black men who don't abuse women? Where is that at?
That is on the screen, but that even if true, that doesn't make sense as a pushback. The statement here literally does not make sense as a pushback. Even if it is true that all 5 of us on the screen don't abuse women, literally, statistically insignificant is an understatement, right?
Well, and he doesn't even know. He can't, like, he doesn't know what people not. Obviously, I don't think that you or anybody I question whether Kyle do. I'm gonna put that out there now.
Well,
But I
no,
questioned whether Kyle was putting hands on people.
no,
But even like even if 100% of y'all don't, which I can believe that y'all don't, he doesn't know that though. He doesn't know what you guys do behind closed doors.
this is what Chris was saying. Um, I will, if I found out, for example, Kyle put his hands on some woman, I would be very surprised. I think I'm speaking on behalf of Kyle because as my friend, I don't know what happens behind closed doors, but I promise you if that were happening, we would not be friends if I found out. And if I did find out, it would be one of the most surprising thing to me in the world.
Can I say something, Themis? First of all, I appreciate that from you. Second of all, I I think that what I'm learning from this channel and from you, and I'm trying to be more open-minded and not reactionary, is that as a man, because of the degeneracy that is so prevalent in the community, it's just something that we're gonna have to deal with, whether we are degenerate or not. So what do I mean by that, right? Like just now, Sin kind of tried me, but it's okay.
I didn't try you. Can I tell you why I felt that way? It's because of how quickly you escalate. That's why. That's the part that concerns me.
I hear you.
It's how quickly you escalate. So I'm like, okay, he gets really passionate really quickly. I mean, usually those ones are the ones who lose their cool. They escalate too quickly. They lose their cool, and then they pop off. But if you're not like that, then you're not like that. Obviously, my opinion doesn't matter.
I hear you. So we were having not really a debate, but something I am not quick to pop off generally. What happened on the channel last week really bothered me and irked me. And again, this is Themis and I have a personal relationship, and so we have heated debates and stuff all the time. The only thing I was gonna say next, Themis, and then I don't want to take too much time off your show, is that as a man, like, I have to be okay with the fact that Senji, for example, is like, assuming things about me, and I understand the reason. You just told it. I got you. But it's not just because of me, like, getting upset with the 95%. It's also because of the experiences that have been had by women, by men. And so, like, automatically, I may get caught up in that in terms of, like, people's perception of me, even though that's, like, farthest from the truth. And I have to, like, be okay with that because I'm starting to understand, like, why those types of things are thought of or said. And like I would never put my hands on my wife. I would never abuse my wife in any way, form, or fashion. Primarily because that's not how I am. But second of all, because my wife grew up in a house where abuse was rampant, and it was actually by her white stepfather. And so, like, I am extremely sensitive to how I speak to my wife, to how I handle my wife, to how we discuss things. And so, no. And Jay could say that about me because he knows my character, and maybe he doesn't know 100% because he's not in my house. But yeah, I mean, that's all I gotta say about that.
But so in truth, I was very annoyed at Sin for saying that until she explained why she said it. I'm very glad she explained it because I was about to call her after and be like, why would you say that? That is so wrong. Like, you shouldn't put him on the spot like that. But
I wasn't trying to be mean or disrespectful. So if you felt disrespected, Kyle, I do apologize. That wasn't my intent. It was for a specific reason that I felt
okay. I mean, it was a huge leap, but it's fine.
Yeah, no, but that's the thing though. In what you just explained, I think women should be more cautious about men generally. And so applying these kinds of standards about sort of how men are reacting could become the distinguishing factor between living and dying for some women, right? And so
Yeah.
I think that being cautious, thinking the number is really high, which it is, maybe not 95%, but even thinking it's up there puts women on a kind of alert that could provide some level of safety from men, as opposed to walking around thinking, oh, we're all safe and all these men are comfortable. And yeah, the reason why I think this is useful, by the way, for women to think this way is because, again, it is the difference between being alive and being dead.
Yeah. No, I hear you. I hear you. I hear it. Yep.
But yeah.
And my
So
wife was raised by her mom, who's black, but her stepfather, not her birth father, is a white man. He was extremely abusive, and so
yeah,
like,
no, all races of men are abusive, and I hope people don't run into the arms of like a white man or like whatever. And if they're not abusive.
I'm just bringing that up because like me knowing that about her past and knowing that's how she was raised, like I am extremely sensitive to like all aspects of how I interact with my love. So
yeah.
This particular chat right here. So I'm not exactly sure what the angle here is. And then if we can go back to the point of the video, it seems as though like where we're going here is that this movie is not some type of movie that is depicting the original Color Purple, but maybe more so highlighting Black men in a negative light with some type of call to action or some type of call to movement where women are supposed to be liberating themselves from monstrous Black men. Because I haven't seen it yet.
I think two things can be true. I think we can agree that it's not all Black men and that it can still be 100% focused that we protect Black women from abusive men.
All right, so Chris and I are in similar position, but it seems that to talk about the bad Black men is a negative, and I'm not sure why, because we do that for police brutality.
I was going to say the same thing.
I agree.
Yeah. Correct. But if her angle was essentially to gaslight Black men based on this movie, I think that's irresponsible.
Correct.
That's all I'm saying.
Correct. I agree with that. I think the conversation is very hard to.
The problem I have with this is we're moving on to talk about the Black men, the bad things in the community. And instead of moving on, your friend then decided, no, but if her opinion, if what she's doing is trying to gaslight, well, it's not gaslighting if you believe it's true, right? It's not gaslighting if it is actually happening. So when you say if the commentary is to gaslight, I don't know what that means, but I think he means it's to cause some kind of outrage in men. To that extent, it doesn't matter. We are now talking about the substance of what is being said, not her intent for creating the video. And this annoyed me a lot. Kyle, when your little one grows up, will you be okay with her dating the average Black man, marrying and having a child with the average Black man, not the minority of Black men who may be good, but for average Black men? Whatever you think the average is, would you be okay with your daughter marrying them?
I am terrified about what my daughter is going to have to go into when she gets to that age. She's not even 2 years old right now, but I worry about. The hope and the goal for me and my wife as a team, and we've discussed this, even though she's not even 2 yet, is to display in our household like what she should expect. So that is a huge responsibility on me, right? Like how I speak to my wife, how we have disagreements. She needs to see that we have disagreements because that's healthy. But she needs to see that in a healthy way. And so yeah, I don't know. I like the goal is for her to be able to get out in the world. And if she wants to be with a Black man, I'm not gonna
No,
stop.
but I think more specifically, the question is: do you believe the average black man is good and someone that should be your little one should be with? The average.
I think in order to be with someone, she's gonna have to find someone who's probably not the average.
Why?
Because it's hard. it's hard
No,
to.
what do you think about the average black man that would exclude them from dating your child?
I think that the average black man, when it comes to relationships, I don't know what the socio-emotional kind of like responsibility is.
Wait, so you don't trust the average black man? Wait,
No,
wait.
man, I told. Go ahead, please.
No, go ahead. I'm sorry. Like this is like because this seems so contradictory. I thought you would be like saying, "Yeah, I would want my daughter to date the average black man because the average black man is good." If your position is wait, I'm so confused.
Listen, my position is that my daughter will hopefully be able to find someone like her mother did and like her auntie did. Like Chris is my brother-in-law. Like, do you know why he's my brother-in-law? Because my sister, who grew up in the same household as me, who saw a dad who respected his wife, like she knew what to look for in a man. And so she found Chris and they were together and they got married. And I'm very proud of that. And so for my daughter, and Chris is not the average black man.
No, but you're sidestepping the question then if he's not, because that's what I was going to ask. Is he the average black man? It seems you don't think the average black man is good.
I don't think that the average black man, I think that I think that the average black man is not in a position to be what they need to be for black women. But I also think that there may not be enough for everybody. And I hate to put it that way. And it sounds whatever. That's the Virgo in me. But I do think that, like, if my wife, for example, was like, hey, like, I'm not even gonna give you an opportunity because you ain't, you know what, you ain't crap. Then we would have never, because I'm a black man, and then she would have just like had all these assumptions about me. Then I would have lost out on somebody really, really special in the world. And
hey,
so,
Kyle, can I ask you a question, please?
Yeah, please.
Why is it so hard for you to say out of your mouth that the average black man is not suitable for your daughter when that's clearly what you're saying? The average black man is not good enough for his daughter. It's essentially, he don't want to say it like that, but that's what he's saying. And I don't know why he doesn't want to say that, because that's what we're getting. That's what it sounds like you're saying, that the average black man is just not up to par. They're not good enough for her.
The average black man is not good enough for my daughter, but I think that she can find a black man who is good enough for her. That is what I believe.
You know, the average is most, right?
Average is not most.
Yeah, the average is going to be, unless you want to go below average, because average and below would be like what is the most prevalent.
But again, I just feel like relationships are very individualistic. And so, of course, when we're talking about the pool, go ahead.
Go ahead. Good. No, my bad.
No, you're good. I was just saying, when we're talking about the pool of men out there, it's not great. Like I know that I have friends who are out here dating and they are having a hard time. But
why were we disagreeing? I feel like why were we disagreeing on the other stream?
We were disagreeing, Themis, because I feel like when we have really broad strokes, we're overlooking the men who are there and who are suitable. That's all I'm saying. We got to figure out how do we get to those guys, and we can't get to those guys if we think that everybody is the same. That's literally my point.
But we don't think everyone is the same. We own that we don't think everyone is the same. So at this point, it's like you also so like you see and accept the reality of what I believe, but then you are defending you're like, this is not black men. And it's like, but you agree that it's the average. Like this is the average black man, and you're like, no. I'm so confused. Like I'm actually kind of confused.
You're confused that I think that she can find a black man that is up to par and that we're going to be okay with, even
So if
though
we look at,
yeah,
I feel like if we look at the bell curve, right?
yeah,
The average would be like in the middle of that curve, which is where the most people would fall,
Do you
right?
know how many guys my sister dated before she met Chris?
No, I don't. But
she dated a few guys, and when they didn't act right, you know what she did? She left them.
But most people can't leave. Most people die when those, not most, some people die when those men don't act right. They don't get the opportunity to just leave. And your sister's experience, Chris, was a lovely guest. Let me just say that.
Yeah.
But her experience with him, unless they're going to tell us how to replicate that, I don't know. And so it's like you can use that as an example. That is completely fine, but that does not shape the experience of a lot of other people. And if you already agree that the pool is a mess for people to pick from, I'm not sure what you and the others were defending, with the exception of Chris. Sorry.
I don't know how else to say it. Yeah.
No, I mean,
the thing that I was defending was that we got caught up in the 95%. I mean, I've apologized for that. We've talked about that. So, I mean, that's my position on it. Do I think that it's easy to just go out there and find a great man, period? No, I think that men, we have some issues that we need to deal with. And I think that transcends race. I think that transcends culture. But when we talk about specifically the black man and the pool of black men that I think like women should, I don't even want to say settle for, because settle is a triggering word, but that are suitable and like actually like good, like will be solid in the relationship. It's not easy. I know that. I very much know it's not easy. I just don't think it's impossible, and that's my point. And I feel like it's kind of, that's my point. I don't think it's impossible. So like, do I think my daughter is gonna have an easy time finding, if she even wants to date black men? Like, that's not my decision, that's her decision. Do I think she's gonna have an easy time? Probably not. But do I think that there are things that I can do as her father and that my wife can do as her mom to like demonstrate and to show and to have and to instill in her what, like, a guiding principle? Absolutely. Doesn't mean it's going to be foolproof.
Friends respect boundaries. You've asked not to bring up personal information 3 separate streams to you, Kyle. I have. That behavior is abusive. Kyle is abusing me.
Because I asked you if your dad was in the home.
Mm-hmm. I remember like stopping the show the other day and was like, no, when you only wanted to ask if you didn't say you wanted to talk to
I wasn't gonna bring your dad up then. I was bringing something. I wasn't gonna bring anything else up, but like that wasn't about your dad. Wait, so seriously, you feel as though, and because I want to wait, you feel as though me asking you if your dad was in the home is abusive?
No, I don't think it's abusive. I thought it was inappropriate. But I also thought you already knew my family dynamic, so I didn't know why you asked, but apparently we don't talk about my family. I just know everything about your family and you know nothing about me. So that's another friendship dynamic we need to figure out.
Okay.
All right.
You had an open and honest and productive
conversation.
Let's starting off from a point of sheer this is what most Black men do, that's irresponsible. And
So can we have the open and honest conversation then?
Yeah, we can if we're gonna talk about it in terms of is there an issue in the community with some Black men being abusive to women? Absolutely, but let's not pretend as though that is something that is
because that's not how we talk about issues like this. I think the truth is, like, when we say police brutality, we say police brutality. We don't say some police brutality. So it feels odd to then try to qualify this way when we don't statistically speak about it in that. We don't speak about issues that are problematic, that might be invasive, might be systematic this way.
The conversation surrounding police brutality and police conduct, and I can say this as an attorney who actually, prosecutes police officers, right? And works with individuals who have been abused by police officers, and we hold the bad police officers, the bad actors accountable. The conversation is surrounding policies and procedures that systemically affect Black people from law enforcement officers who choose to do the wrong thing. Like, that is what we're talking about.
No, not exactly, right? Because we're talking about police who act outside of the scope of their legal obligation to act. So
that's what I just said.
No, because it is not the system telling them to act that way. It is them being racist.
Right, we're not saying racist. Right, but the conversation around police officers isn't all police officers are racist. We are talking about bad actors, as you just said. So why can't we have the conversation around bad actors when we're talking about Black men?
Kyle, on this, you do know that there was this thing online where whenever people are talking about police brutality, if anyone said it's not all police, it's some police, they were labeled racist and dragged all over the internet, right?
Sure.
Oh. And I mean, I guess we can move past this because I feel like this is annoying. At any point, if something is annoying you, let me know. I don't want you to feel uncomfortable. You have already said you were caught up in the 95% here, so you don't have to respond. Huh?
I'm good. You don't have to worry about that. I hear you about the police thing. I'm good. We can have the conversation.
Are you sure?
Yeah, I'm sure.
All right. So do you understand what I meant when I brought up the police brutality now? Because when we were talking there, it felt like you didn't understand it.
I do understand it. I think that the way that people, when we talk about like your average person talks about police, I agree with you. I don't think that's the way that people who are actually on the grounds, like doing this work, talk about it. And so I'm looking at it from that lens. When we're talking about a police officer who brutalizes and assaults someone, and then they raise the defense of qualified immunity, and I am breaking down why qualified immunity does not apply to this police officer to a court, I'm talking about the police officer in their individual capacity and in the scope of their employment and what they have done outside of that scope. I'm not talking about like the entire police station or the police as a whole.
All right, but you see how that's different rhetorically than how we talk about statistics or like we talk about social justice generally.
Yes.
All right. I'm not sure what got lost there. In other words, vulgar men are messy, self-righteous queens. No, they're not. Thank you. No Gemini man, run. All right, let's continue. By the way, Finn and Wake Up, I keep almost calling you Afro Butterfly. Whenever y'all want me to pause, let me know. I actually really need to get to the edit portion, but we'll continue. We should, but we don't. No, but we don't do the conversation in the way that you all are asking us to do it now, and I'm asking why. We don't say some police officers. By the way, for those people who just send Cash App, someone just sent me like $50 on Cash App saying it's for my birthday. I think it is. Giggles. Thank you. I appreciate that. Like, that is amazing. I appreciate that. Kimberly sent 10. Thank you so much. London sent 10. Another 10 from London. I appreciate it. Thank you all.
And please like the stream. It helps the algorithm.
Yes, please. So we say police brutality. We don't say some police brutality. We talk about it as a general sense because I thought we all understood when we're speaking generally, it does not mean all. But it seems that we're trying to qualify language in a way that we don't normally do.
Okay, so I have a question on this topic. So do you believe that there are any good officers, any good cops, any good policemen?
Yeah, I think I think so.
So therefore the conversation has to be qualified. If
Yeah,
you believe that there are just a percentage of good, law-abiding, oath-swearing, oath-keeping officers of the people, of the public, administrating their duties or doing their duties or however you want to explain it, but they're doing it in good faith, then you have to qualify the conversation. Because if not, then everybody gets swept into that net. But now the people in which, hold on 1 second. And now the people that are trying to aspire to do the same thing as these good people, the good officers, now they're being told by the masses that they're all bad. It's 95% of them. So don't even try it. You see? So now it's a self-hatred that you're perpetuating. And it doesn't make any sense. The conversation has to be qualified.
Right.
Wait, you were saying what?
I didn't say anything. I didn't say anything.
So I agree with you on that. That would be consistent. Principally, that would be consistent. But that's not how we have those conversations about police brutality.
So how are we going to choose to have this conversation? I think this is.
I'm asking how we should. Like, I think that we should
start over because I actually think that the whole conversation got derailed by trying to qualify something based on a video that was presented and us trying to dissect that video.
Yeah.
So how are we going to qualify this conversation? Are we having a conversation now about physical abuse in the Black community, and we're using this movie to parallel a truth, right? There is some level.
Not struggle stream. What's
I don't know what is happening. My StreamYard is being messy.
Abuse in the Black community,
Not
Black men as it
struggle
relates to Black
stream.
women, that we want to kind of have a very surface level conversation on how we address this, how we try to progress this to not be a real thing. Like what? Because I don't need to defend, my position on physical abuse to a Black woman. Like that's not like I don't think that any of us may need to do that. But if we're addressing an issue, then yeah, like sure. Where are we going to hone in at?
So I asked if you guys want to respond to a video.
Can you please pause it really quickly, Themis? Because I just came to a revelation about why, at least for that panel, why they wanted to make so many disclaimers. And it's because something occurred to me from what one of the other guys said. When we were talking about the point on them being abusive. One of the guys, and I don't know who it wasn't Kyle, on the panel said, so with the depiction of Black men supposedly being these abusive monsters, he said, what would then be the solution? Would it be for Black women to liberate themselves from these monstrous Black men? And I think that is why they're trying to have all of these disclaimers made and trying to downplay the amount, because the ultimate solution would then be to advise Black women to walk away. I mean, you obviously wouldn't encourage women to continue to be with abusive males or males who's going to abandon their children. And I think this is ultimately why they want all these disclaimers made, so that Black women will think that there's more good Black men in the community than there really is, and they'll be less likely in large numbers to walk away.
I think that, I can't speak for whoever said that on the live stream last week, but I think that women should absolutely walk away from situations. And I understand your point, Themis, that that's a privilege, right? And sometimes that's not possible. But I think that to the extent that it is possible, that you walk away from a man who is not serving you, period. I mean, yeah.
Kyle, I think the point is, and the statistics show, a lot of Black women cannot just walk away.
Okay.
They're dying. Their kids are dying.
Okay,
so
if that's the case, then they should.
Yeah,
Okay.
we know that in theory, yes, it would be nice to walk away.
Mhm.
But it doesn't always happen, especially, DV cases. That's just not something that is normal. And there's a lot of manipulation that goes into that.
Right. No.
So,
Mhm.
yeah, I understand what I'm gathering from your answers and your opinions is
Mhm.
that because of your circle of friends and the people that you choose to hang around with, um, you're gonna see good black men. Themis is your friend. He is a good black man,
Mhm.
right? So outside of that,
Mhm.
there are not people, or our black community in general did not grow up the way you grew up
I
in
would agree with
two-parent
you.
households. And if they had two-parent households,
Right.
a lot of our moms were single, married women, like raising children,
Right.
or the dad wasn't in the home. That is
Right.
a lot of us.
Right.
And
Right.
the reason why we are giving or talking about this stuff is because collectively we
Mhm.
have all had similar experiences. It may
Mhm.
not be your experience, but it is for a lot of us, especially black women.
That
So the
that
point is to look outside of your circle, because obviously your circle is part of that 5%, while 95% of us are experiencing the same things, right?
I hear you and I appreciate you and I will reflect on that.
Thank you, by the way, ABC. And I appreciate that. Wake up, make up, slay. Um, but also to Finn's point, there might be an unwillingness to own, and I know you push back against this, Kyle. So not directing it to you, but to the other men, and maybe they won't admit it too. Push back against the reality, because the next step would be then for women, black women, to walk away, maybe, and then that would leave a lot of men without access to women. Period. Um, but yeah. All right, let's continue. I actually really want to get to the Eddie part before it's too late, and I want to open the panel. But yeah,
Yes. Yes.
because that was useless for me. That I showed. It seemed there was a kind of reaction to say she was wrong. This is wrong. This is not what should be said. And the reason given was that it's not all black men, it's some. But no one said all. And in no one saying all, in Sin not saying all, I don't know why we would qualify it in this way when we don't do that in general conversation.
When we say when she says this is an accurate depiction of black men, how is that qualified?
Yeah.
That is the issue with what I had no problem, and I said this, Themis, I had no problem with the substance of what she was saying about what what happened when the movie came out, and why this is an issue in some sects of our community. What my issue was her then saying the degenerates that are depicted in the movie are somehow I quote, you can play it again if you need to, accurate depiction of black men.
No, she listed some of the stuff that happened and said the movie was an accurate portrayal of black men.
Well, I haven't seen the movie, so I don't really know. I can't really speak on it.
I don't remember the movie actually.
I mean, I saw the movie in the the original Color Purple, yes, but I haven't seen the new Color Purple. And with I love Oprah Winfrey. She had her hand in it. So if the new movie is somehow, I did hear that there was some type of self-help guide for women that is supposed to come along with this movie. The old movie, it just kind of depicted a certain subset in my mind of black folks in a certain community or culture at a certain time. Like, it didn't give me the idea that this was all black men or anything like that. So I don't know what the new one is, but the old one didn't give me this is how black men dealt with black women.
Wake up. Why do you think they keep saying all? Like, I'm very confused as to why everyone kept fighting against all.
You're not confused. You're not confused.
No, I am. I am actually kind of confused because everyone kept saying all after we just had a conversation about how we speak generally. We speak in this way. We say police. When we say, like, I said this to the Discord, if we say black men are beautiful, No one jumps up and say, not all black men are beautiful, right? Black men are strong. No one say, not all black men are strong. Like no one, like it's like when one black man does something good and we all collectively say, yes, we did it or whatever, we all do this in like language. And so even if you're like, not all, completely fine, just say not all. Ask me if I believe it's all. I say no, and then we move on. But it kept coming up over and over and over and over again.
We and we know it is not all. And Sinji says it all the time. It's not all black men. Like at this point, we don't have to say it because if it doesn't apply to you, obviously you're not part of that, right? But we are so conditioned to not speak anything negative or point out problems when when it is related to black men, black males in our community. A lot of it does have to do with the being brought up in the church and all kinds of stuff. You keep that stuff in the home and all that kind of stuff. So, of course, we're going to say,
Yeah,
all, right?
but I also think the whole emphasis on you need to say not all and we need to only declare a certain amount. I really do think it goes back to, what the other man on the panel said. The more black men you highlight as a problem, the more there is a threat of black women divesting from them. And I do think as much as black men try to sit up here and act like that's not a threat or a concern of theirs, I think it is a very real concern of theirs that at some point black women are going to come to the agreement that there are far too many black men who are problematic to even deal with the overall group of them, to where so many of them are going to walk away. And the problem is like, this is already statistically a high risk group. That's why I keep saying they're high risk, because they are. You're taking a very high risk just dealing with a black man, with the amount of them that are problematic. And I think the more we use the general term black men, there is a fear that black women are going to take that. That's why they keep saying, well, not all, not all, not all. That black women will come to the realization that, yeah, the vast majority of them are problematic. I should go seek other men. That's something that black men can't do anything about. They can't do anything about it. If black women go divest to another group of men, it ain't like black men about to go roll up on those men. They're not. So they have to find a way to keep black women invested in a high risk problematic group. It just is what it is. That's what I believe.
I agree. And I think it's also black women coming to the realization that staying loyal because of skin tone is not working out for us when we do see a high number of black men who do become high earners leave the community. Like they date outside of their race, that's fine, that's your preference, but we also get to do that. And so also coming to the realization that we are not undesirable, because that's also something that has been pushed and um you know brainwashed us into thinking that nobody else would love and appreciate us for who we are, or that we're not smart enough, or always telling us we're so strong, you're so strong. Like, I'm sick of struggle. So no thanks, and I'm gonna go find somebody else who wants to take care of me, and who is okay with being a provider. Like, there's nothing wrong with that. And if they so happen to not be black, you got to be okay with that too.
Yeah. In my opinion, Finji and a lot of these people in the chat want revenge, not accountability. The funny thing about this comment is these men have so much to say in these comments. And come 2024, all y'all getting blocked. Because when I drop the link and say, come up and explain your point, you don't. Because people are like, oh, why would you be mad if someone want revenge, girl?
But what part of what we said was revenge? Like, I'm not understanding. Revenge.
Yeah.
What? Is it? We're not obligated to have
Revenge.
children. We should be protecting our womb, especially from high risk males. So where is the revenge?
No, but revenge implies that something was done to you. That's the part that I would want to talk about. Revenge for what? What do you think? Why do you think they want revenge? And why should they want accountability instead of revenge? Like I wanted, like some of these comments, I actually do want to talk to these people. Which part of the portrayal is inaccurate? I don't think he now thinks it's inaccurate, 2Ls, which odd because they said it was inaccurate then, but I'm skipping to the Eddie portion of the video. No, Dev, right, Samantha? I want that explained, but he's not coming up. When I drop the link, he won't come up.
I don't have an issue with your framing. I'm saying that the brother M here who was just talking it sounds like he was talking about just there's so many issues in the community that we can talk about, and then we're bringing it back up to the stat about the homicide rate and all of that. And all I'm saying is, what are we actually talking about? Like what with it? Like, are we talking about we're talking about domestic violence, DV issues? Are we talking about homicide
what
rate?
we all believe. I'm testing this idea that we believe most black men are good black men. I'm testing this theory, and part of why I'm testing it is throughout this conversation, it seems like we were saying that most black men are good, and then we are saying, oh, we have to kind of manipulate the standards in a way that allows for men who are criminals, for example, to have access to women. We're talking about whether or not ultimately whether or not these women's experience of the world is because of their decision when they could have made better decisions in terms of who they decide to partner. And that requires there to be better decisions. And so I'm not saying there isn't, but I'm trying to test that. I'm trying to flesh that out.
I agree, but we have to be precise, right? So like, I don't like words like good men, bad men, because a bad man can be someone who cheats on his girlfriend or his wife. But a bad man can also be someone who puts his hands on someone and like shoots someone in the head, right? So like, and I'm not saying that we need to.
I mean, both of those I would hope you would describe as bad men. I'm giving you the point too.
No, I agree. Both, yes, we're on the same page. Those are both bad men. But the guy who cheats on his wife is not going to be included in a stat about homicide in the community.
No, I'm trying to paint a picture in some ways of the community. Through a statistical lens. We don't need to hang. Sorry, go ahead.
Well, I was going to say, so I feel like with that, I feel like it's why you would put your hands on somebody or shoot somebody. If I'm with my wife and someone tries to harm me or my wife, I'm going to put hands on you and I'm going to shoot you. Like it is what it is. So I feel like if that happens, I don't feel like that would make me a bad man because I defended my spouse.
Yeah, no. You're protecting the black woman, right? I mean, is that not protecting the black woman in that sense?
Yeah. So, and I also don't feel like, I think maybe something got misconstrued. I don't feel like black women should automatically give ex-cons a chance because they went to jail. If that's how it came off, I apologize. What I was saying is that because someone went to prison or went to jail, it doesn't necessarily mean that they can't be reformed and rehabilitated and live a fruitful, positive life. I guess that was more so my point, not that black women lower your standards and go get you one of these men that's coming out of jail.
Sorry, I think we interrupted L. You were
yeah, bro.
The person behind the screen, do you want me to change? I'm going to remove your last name from this. I'm just going to have Eddie there. Give me 2 seconds. So L, go ahead as I change this person's name.
Oh, that wasn't me talking. That was the good brother. I think his name's Chris Redshirt.
Yeah,
Chris.
Okay, so one of the hotep looking guy, L, descriptively, not pejoratively, disrespected me and the platform and left. Don't care. The part of the stream that I actually found the most deplorable is this right here. That what is about to happen right here, please, and I know people aren't going to be listening to keep up, but try to listen to what this one, Eddie, is coming up and saying, because he's going to backtrack, talk in circles, contradict himself in an attempt to not let me speak, because he realized immediately as soon as he started talking that he was wrong. Like he immediately realized he was wrong. This is the part of the video that I was going to cut and make a video itself, but then I realized I don't want to cause any problems, so I'm going to leave that alone. But this is, for me, one of the worst parts of the video the entire night. Everything else I could have dealt with, even when the L left disrespectfully, I was fine with that. I don't know these people. I don't vouch for them as good, respectable men. So, like, from my perspective, I didn't care. But this right here was a problem for me. So I'm going to play it. And by the way, No, let me leave that alone. If most black men aren't good enough for your daughter, they aren't good enough for the rest of us either, Kyle. Hello, not platonically either. Period. All right.
Yes, sir.
Eddie's a new panelist. Hey, how are you?
Hey man, how are you? Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can.
Okay, great. It's good to be here with y'all tonight, man.
Your mic is a little bit muffled.
All right, can you hear me now?
We can hear. It's fine. I think it'll be fine, hopefully.
I know, man. I hate when the audio is bad on stuff like this, so I apologize.
All right. So, do you want to jump in now, or do you want to go? I want to ask another question, and we can shift the conversation a little bit.
You know what? You go ahead and ask the question that you were going to ask, so we can go ahead and shift it. That sounds good.
Do you think that there is enough black men for black women?
Man, that's a great question. There is, in terms of the actual number of bodies.
Not true.
I was just about to say there's not enough bodies. Like, what is he talking about?
So the very first sentence, and the thing is, like, this could have been a drag, and out of respect for what I wanted want this platform to be, I let it go. But this is the definition of moving the goalpost. Every single time I corrected him on anything, the goalpost moved. And it moved in a very specific way where it almost seemed like he had an agenda and he didn't really care to have a conversation. It was very annoying. The first words out of his mouth was inaccurate. Statistically not true. There's 2 million more black. If every black man decided they would date a black woman, there would be almost 2 million black women unpaired. And let's say all of them straight, both sides. Not true.
But see, this is sorry, I didn't know you were still continuing. But you see, this is what I'm talking about. This whole notion of where he's saying, oh, there's enough by bodies, and then people saying, well, there's plenty of good black men, but not quantifying how many of them, is to keep black women in this rat race, thinking that they're going to get this exceptional black man or that there's enough of them, and there really isn't.
Yeah.
Not even rat race, hamster wheel, because we keep going in circles.
But it's not even. You want to know something interesting about the number? Black men, there are more black boys born than black women. But by the age of 18, the number of black men dwindles, right? And so it's not the birth rate that's the issue. And even if all black men were good, it still, in terms of bodies, as he put it, would not be accurate. And so, like, I don't know why you come up and just make a declarative statement like that is easily verifiable. The only reason I'm even hinging on this is because of how annoyed I was at the way he decided to have the conversation. They use the space created by not all to disassociate from the issues completely. It cures their cognitive dissonance. In 2024, we should say all, because all males need to engage in the conversation. No, that would be definitely a misrepresentation of the stat, but I do agree with the sentiment. Men police men in all other races. 2024, black women said, get someone else to do it. We out.
In terms of the numbers of black men, I'm not sure if the mental compatibility is there for our black men, right? And there's a lot of factors. Black women are some of the most educated people, in the United States now. Good. The brothers have not necessarily followed suit with that. So, it's hard to have a good conversation when, you're on two different wavelengths in terms of education, which know what you're interested in. So,
all right. So on that note, let me move to Kyle with that, because actually I'm curious about this. Why do you think we are falling so far behind the women in the community, Kyle? Now, if I got a message from someone, not gonna say who, that said, I am so disgusting for asking that question, I should have went back and watched this section over and over and over again, because what happened is this was not my question. This was Eddie's assertion about black men falling behind, and I use Eddie's reality, which is true, to ask a question that Eddie brought up. I didn't just sui sponte brought up, oh, black men are falling behind black women. Tell me about it. That's not what I did. Eddie's assessment of the community, which is correct regarding black men falling behind black women, in terms of academic and socioeconomic standing, I decided to ask the panel, and people were upset. I don't know why, but here's how Eddie's going to jump in and attempt to explain this foolishness, which I just found ridiculously problematic, by the way.
Again, I don't know.
No, I know. I'm not asking you to know. I'm asking, what do you think? What, like, do you have any kind of theory?
Maybe there's a lack of I mean, I really don't know, Damus. All I can tell you is that these are the things that we can do. There are things we can do to catch up, and I feel like my goal for bringing the brothers on that I have brought on today to your show was that there's some sect of the community or section of the community, and there are plenty more where these guys came from. And I would have brought more on, but I wanted, you and I had a conversation about not having too many people on. I want to be respectful of that. Where like things are being done right, and I understand that may come off as being cover, but that's not my intention. My intention is like, why are there black men that are not, being in college more, or?
So wait, your intention is to show there's some.
I can answer that question if you really want it answered, Demus.
But before you go, London, you sent $100 to my Cash App and said happy birthday. Thank you. I truly, if it's a mistake, let me know. You can get it back. And Afro Butterfly, thank you also. All right, go ahead, Sin. Well, I don't. Well, I feel like I know, but I was asking them.
Why are they falling back? Because they don't have any motivation to do better. They're not self-motivated, and they know they'll still have access to black women and other groups of women because black women obsess over them. Like, I'm really convinced that if black women stop obsessing over and worship black men, other groups of women won't be interested in them either, because 60% of the reason that they want black men is to one-up black women, but they don't want to put in the work at all. I think they're very lazy. I think they have too much of an external locus of control. I think that they're unmotivated. They don't want to put in the hard work. And they know that there's a black woman that they can go lay up under, or a throwback that they can go lay up under, who's going to take care of them. So they really don't have to. There's no expectation that they do better. And I think if there was an expectation of doing better and a consequence for not, then I think they will want to. But there's simply no incentive for them to do better at all.
Revenge for what? Go ahead.
Oh, go ahead. Sorry,
No.
I was gonna say I agree with Sin, and like we make fun of it because we use laughter and joking to get through our trauma and experiences, but we have all seen it and or lived through it and or have watched somebody deal with having some man in their home who didn't have a job and all that kind of stuff, just living off of you and your children, right? And so the bar is in hell. We've said it, we've been saying it. That is the fact. We have not required more to the point where they want to push themselves. We require more of ourselves, and I've seen black women do amazing things with little to nothing.
Yeah. If 100% of black women took Kyle's advice and search for the kind of men he says are quality men, how many black women will be left without a man? No, but even if they don't take his advice and every black woman got a black man, there would still be black women unpaired in the US. There's not enough numerically. Like, even if without any standards, there's not enough. And that's what I don't understand. Like, I don't understand the pushback at all.
Yeah.
It's not. I'm not trying to get added to the Discord. Happy birthday! Oh no, yeah, we'll open the Discord next week.
Themis, I just want to say I've never pushed the idea that Black women need to be with Black men. Like, I don't believe that.
Yeah, no, I don't. I would never put that on you. I would never.
I'm just responding to the comment that was just posted about 100% of Black women looking for Black. I don't understand where that came from.
Yeah. All right. I hope you're listening to Cal for this. Eddie is your friend, right?
Yeah, he is.
All right. So let's hear this, because this was a problem for me.
Yes.
I'm a good Black man, right?
Well, my intention is to show that that's part of it, that there's some solid Black men out here who are married and in relationships that I respect. But I think it's also like the other part of it is to get their thoughts, because I think this has been a really good and insightful discussion, and to show that, like, people may have different opinions even amongst Black men when it comes to these issues. So I don't know, man. I mean, you may want to. I know you're trying to pick an opinion, but maybe.
No. Let me step back. You brought the men together, and so I want to give the opportunity then to like do what it is that you think you wanted to do. So go ahead. Like what?
No. I think your question is valid. I just don't know the answer to it, and other guys on the channel may have the answers that I don't have. All I know is, like, it's kind of like asking about the negative, right? Like, how do you not make a good soup? I don't know, but I know how to make a good one, and that's what I'm going to put my energy and time into.
But that's not fair, right? Like, if I'm asking you the problem, we can then fix it. If you don't know what the problem is, what causes the problem, it feels weird to know the solution. I mean, I'm not saying
I'm not professing to know the solution. Like, that's my point. Like, I'm not Obama. I'm not.
So you're not interested. You don't know the solution, or you're not interested in the solution. You're not interested in the problem. I don't understand what we.
No, Demons. What I'm saying is, I've told you what my solution is. There is some level of personal responsibility that has to come in. I don't know how we get around that. Like, I can sit up here and tell you all the things that I do in my household, in my community, like with young men and women, like, and these are the things that I have done and I have set out in my life and my standards about how I want to, like, have my locus of control, but it doesn't reach farther than that. So I don't really, I mean, do you have the answers? I don't think you do.
I think I have some answers, but I don't have all the answers. No one has all the answers. I have some reasons I believe that we have fallen behind. But because I thought I kind of went over these questions with you before, so it's odd now that, like, I'm getting pushback on the actual question. So maybe I don't want y'all to feel like I brought you up here to do a got you moment, and so
that's not how I feel at all. I don't feel like you got a got you moment, but when you
can I cut in really quickly?
Questions, and this is probably.
Because here's what I want Black women to realize when it comes to Black men falling behind. Rather than us encouraging them to do better, what do? We encourage Black women who are doing exceptionally well to reach down to Black men who are not doing good. So instead of forcing them to level up, we're accommodating the position that they're in, being behind. And that's a problem. Like, if we weren't even doing that, if we weren't even trying to meet them where they are, which is behind, then they would actually have motivation to do better too, among many other things that we can be doing. But I feel like that contributes to it greatly, because there aren't other women who are encouraged to date down. They're not encouraged to meet males in their failed position. They're not encouraged to just settle for the bus driver. And when that's the narrative in your community, you're saying that it's okay for the males to be doing poorly, that it's not a problem, that they're not even meeting. Like, let's not even get to exceed. They have to match where Black women are at first. They would have to match us before they could even exceed us. But there's no encouragement for them to do that. In response to them, we're being told, okay, well, now you need to meet them where they're at. No, they need to come up to where we are.
You muted, Themis.
I agree. This is why Iyanla and Tyler Perry and Taraji, all of them coming out talking about date down, date this, date that. Like, no. Like, tell these people. It also feels like they don't believe in the potential of these men. Like, no, you either rise to the occasion or you don't get any access at all. Like, that's where I'm at with it. But again, if anyone wants struggle love or love where they struggle or building together, I would never tell people what to do. But I
Wait,
do
Chris,
agree.
I have a question. I have a question.
Mhm.
In a comment. One, I don't disagree with what Sin just said. And I want to know how that's different than what I said earlier about if someone's not in your, if someone's not meeting you where you need to be in the relationship, then you let them go. How is that
Well, I
different?
mean, you wouldn't be in a relationship with them in the first place with your standards, boundaries, and expectations. You would like be able to eliminate them based on education and financial level. So you wouldn't have to walk away from a relationship because you wouldn't be in it. But it feels like when you have hard cutoffs, people get upset. Like if you're like, I don't want a man without a degree, they're like, you're elitist. How dare you? You need to date the bus driver. It's like, or maybe that's her preference.
Right. Okay. I have another question because I do agree with that. So how is that not a form of vetting? And I'm actually asking, like, this is a genuine question. Like,
So I don't like the word vetting. I do think women have to attempt to vet. Like you can't just walk out blind. But Finn points out like standards, boundaries, and expectation. And as soon as they stop meeting those standards, you let them go,
Agreed.
right?
Agreed.
As opposed to trying to figure out who someone is based on vetting and no governmental institution created for the purpose of vetting men can do it. And so it's an unfortunate reality that vetting is not foolproof. And therefore, if you have these standards and boundaries and expectations of people, then you know when to cut it off. Having them isn't the problem. Exercising your right when they're not met is the problem. But having them is important.
Agreed. Okay.
Well, but also the community needs to stop shaming Black women for having standards, because in one breath they're saying, well, bet, but then in the next breath they're saying, well, date down. Those are in the exact opposition.
Right.
There are certain character traits to men who are falling behind. At the very least, they are not as motivated or tenacious as the women in their community. At the very best, at the very least, I mean. But we're discouraged from having standards. We're discouraged from seeking men who are on our level, because if we say that the man is not on our level, then that's an insult to Black men, even though they're not on our level.
I hear you. Yeah, I hear you. I mean, I don't disagree with any of that. And I think that, I think that women should date men who are on their level. I think that if I was not on my wife's level, I would not have been even considered. I guess the question is, and again, these are actual questions that I'm trying to just understand. It seems to me as though the issue is that when these standards are put in place by Black women, like there's very few to know people meeting that. And so then what do you do with that situation? Is that kind of...
No, they don't have these.
You go outside your community and you look at men who are on your level, and you stop thinking about Blackness and start thinking about compatibility.
Right.
Okay, but there is an exception here where it's not even an exception, it's a footnote, rather, where Black women tend to not have certain kinds of standards because Black men don't meet them. Educational standards and financial standards. And women are shamed. Black women are shamed when they have these kinds of standards. So it's very hard to develop certain kinds of standards in a community that shames you. Finn just explained this. Shames you for those standards.
And thing is, they're taking it a step higher. They're not just shaming you for the standards. They're saying if you don't lower your standards, then you're not gonna have a man. If you want too much, you're not gonna have a man. You go die alone. You're just gonna be the cat lady, or then you're gonna be single. That's what's being told to Black women. Either reach down into the dumpster and pull out something that's going to be abusive just for the sake of having a man, or you're not going to have no man. Nobody is telling Black women, if Black men don't measure up, go find men in other communities who do. We're told to accommodate they're nothing as bitch status. I had to say it.
No, you did.
And Kyle, I have a feeling you're not spending your days and hours on YouTube, obviously, because you're an attorney. But there are men here in the social media YouTube space who spend their days and hours trying to tell women what to do with hair and makeup and lowering the standards and going 50-50, but it's not really 50-50. It's more like 80-20.
Mhm.
Like they are really out here spouting this rhetoric um, because black women don't, black women typically stay within their race.
Right.
And so it is very hard to vet. I mean, the military can't even vet. And my husband's active duty, and he tells me stories all the time, right? They have whole programs just based on deviant sexual assault because it's so prevalent in the military. And like, what are we supposed to do? And I mean, obviously, collectively, I'm already married, but
Right.
FBI can't vet. Like, seriously, even going as far as education and salaries and trying to get somebody on your level, you can still end up with a bum and a dusty mindset.
Right.
Because we've seen, unfortunately, there is a YouTuber who talks specifically about Black femicide, and in 2023 there was a woman who was unalived by her nurse anesthetist ex-husband because he was upset about the custody case, and then he turned around and also shot his current girlfriend who was pregnant. He was a Black man.
Yeah.
But we hear these stories all the time. So the vetting, we have to go beyond just education and salary and all
Mhm.
these kinds of stuff, all this stuff, you know. So that's where it is just absolutely difficult, right?
Yeah, no, I definitely think that women, Black women in particular, should not just be limited to Black men. I've always thought that. And you're right. I am an attorney, and I'm a husband, and I'm a dad, and I am not, with the exception of being on this channel last week and this week, which are both Friday nights. My kid is asleep. Like if this was in the middle of the day, I would not be here.
Yeah.
So spending time here, but I'm here because I think it's important information. But yeah, I hear you. And the only thing I was gonna say about what Sin was talking about kind of all of the stuff that Black women are hearing, and what they're being told, and I mean this very respectfully, like, how is that not just noise? Like, how is that just not noise that can be ignored, right? Like people are telling women, people are telling Black women date down. Yeah, you can date down, but I'm not going to. Like, I don't understand why that can't be.
How do you ignore a billionaire like Tyler Perry and then a life coach like Iyanla Van Zandt, who have huge platforms, huge credentials behind their names, at least for Iyanla. Tyler Perry too, although they're not the same. But how do you tune that out when that's literally the voice of the community? How do you tune out the voice of the community?
I think this goes back to Themis's question earlier for me about like individualism. I'm not going to make decisions about like who I am with or like how I conduct myself in my relationship based on like what people are saying online.
But most people do. But most people do though.
But why? I don't understand. Like
most people do because it's called peer influence. Most people do. It's called cultural influence. This is the strongest influence that a person will come into contact with.
Okay.
So you're telling them to tune out the voice that is the loudest in the community. That's not going to happen. It's actually illogical for you to even suggest that people do that.
Well, I don't think that is illogical for people to
Well,
make.
it's unrealistic. It's not illogical. It's unrealistic for you to tell people to do that. That's not going to happen.
Well, I mean, if what is out in the community saying is something that's not helpful to the community and something that's actually very negative and harmful and unhealthy, right? I think that I should tell people to ignore it.
So,
but these are the men in the community doing it. The men who the women want to partner with are mainly the ones saying, well, then if you want us, and I think actually some black men, the thing is, didn't a black man literally come on your platform and say, if a black woman wants a black man, then she needs to date down?
yeah. Yeah, and multiple men have said that. And the fact that Kevin Samuels was like highlighted at the BET Awards show highlights that there is a community dynamic that pushes this. The thing though is I don't fully disagree with Kyle here, and I fully agree with Finn. So here's the problem. For Kyle to be right, there need to be more louder voices telling women that they don't gotta settle. And
Right.
yeah.
Yes.
So like it's not just okay to say, well, women, you need to not do this. And there's a lot of pressure and exile, and women are beaten down both figuratively and literally to be the person that dates down. So you can't just tell women, oh, you need to just ignore all the noise and do what's best for you. Right. If people operated like that in the way Finja said it, but we can create a better atmosphere where women feel empowered to make the choices that are better in their interest. How you do that is create a culture that allows for it. Talking more about it and highlighting that the other people telling you to date down is absolutely nabs. And you don't engage with nabs.
Yeah, no, and you know what? I appreciate that perspective, Themis. I really appreciate the perspective because as I am thinking back on like, I know your audience doesn't really like me to individualize and talk about my life, but I'm going to because that's just how I think I'm conceptualizing the larger picture. So like I did not grow up insulated from like culture. But there were things that I saw that I was like, yeah, no, I'm not gonna do that. Right. Like, and when we talk about like boys, like black boys in school and stuff, for example, like bullying and talking about girls in a certain way, that definitely was around me. I definitely saw it, but like I had a sort of like foundation to know that like, hey, like I actually got in trouble once in school when a kid, like this girl had a book. It's like third grade. She's reading her book, minding her business, doing her own thing. This little boy came over and like snatched the book from her. And I got up and I went to him and I basically punched the guy and gave her the book back. And I got in trouble for it or whatever at school. But like when I got home, like my mom and dad were like, yeah, we understand like what you were doing. And what you did actually wasn't wrong. You stood up for something that you saw was wrong. And so that's just like, that's not to highlight myself and say like, oh, I'm so great. It's to highlight the issue of like, if everyone jumps off the cliff, are you going to because they're doing it? And we need to be able to like have more like self direction, I guess. And this is not just to women. I'm not saying like, oh, women just ignore this. I'm talking about men too. Like, I just feel like there is an issue in
So,
the culture.
Kyle, how come you don't tell black men to ignore it when we say black men in general, and we don't make the disclaimer all black men? How come you don't just ignore it? And how come you don't just tell other black men to just ignore it?
Wait, ignore what?
When we say black men in general, and we don't use a disclaimer, when we just make a statement about black men, like when I said 95% of black men are abusive. Mm-hmm. Why didn't you just tell the panel to ignore what I'm saying? Why did you get so triggered by it? Because your attitude wasn't to ignore it. Your attitude was to address it head on. And not only just address it head on, point out what the problem was by not giving a disclaimer. Why didn't you just ignore that? Because you're essentially telling black women to ignore the shaming tactics. And it's easy to tell Black women to do that, but nobody tells Black men to do that when they're sitting up on panels whining and crying saying, well, she said all Black men. Nobody tells them to ignore it.
Wait, one, I am saying for Black men to ignore the parts of the culture that are negative, that an example that I just gave. So like if your friends are like doing stuff that's no good and you know it, like don't go along with that because it's part of the culture. That's number one. That applies to Black men. I am saying that. And then number two, your question about why did I not ignore your comment about the 95%? I did ignore it in the sense.
No, I'm saying why did you didn't ignore it on the first panel? You engaged in a discussion about how what I said was ignorant, how what I said was inaccurate.
Right.
You even made a false statement, and I'm not going to say it because I don't want to, but you even made a false statement about me. You didn't say to ignore it. You didn't tell them to ignore whatever I encourage Black women to do. You didn't tell anybody to ignore that and tune it out. You had a problem with it, and you wanted to discuss it and point out why you had a problem and why it was problematic in general.
Right, but what I'm saying is, can I respond now? Can I respond now?
Yeah, I was on mute.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm gonna mute up.
Okay, cool. So what I'm talking about is the noise that's out there about things that are said that's to me ignorant. Like telling Black women you need to date down, to me that's ignorant. And so the way that you ignore it is to not date down. Like, and so how does that parallel to your 95% comment? You made a comment that I thought was ignorant, and
you went on and on about it. You did not ignore it, nor did you encourage anybody else on the panel to ignore it either.
But what I didn't do is say, oh, she said that it's 95% of us, so I guess I'm just that 95%. Like, I guess
no, you were supposed to say just ignore it, like you just told Black women to ignore the loudest voice of the Black community. You said to ignore it. My voice isn't even the loudest in the Black community, but you didn't ignore mine.
Wait, I actually would like for you, if you want to respond to this, I would want you to respond to it directly, because it is odd to say Black women ignore it, they ignore all the stuff being said about you, all of it, whatever. And then when we are talking, it's like you didn't ignore that. And so, like, I do understand why Sin would be like, and confused maybe at like your resolution to just ignore when you don't just ignore.
Okay. So what we're talking about is ignoring things that, when I say ignore, I mean these things do not apply to me. So you can say it all you want, but I'm not going to make it a reality in my life. Like that is what I'm talking about. Does that not make sense?
It makes sense, but I think the general principle, I understand, by the way, why Sin was asking this, because it felt like there was a specific attack on her about something that wouldn't have applied to you. And in the way that it didn't apply to you, if your principle telling women to ignore things being said that don't apply to them, then you would also ignore what she said that didn't apply to you. However, I understand you came back to apologize for being caught up in that. So I'm going to move on, even though there was a back and forth going on. And I don't know why, when I feel like that was a point you would have conceded because you came back to apologize for being caught up in it. So it seemed a bit odd.
No. I'm saying the way you ignore it is to not apply it to yourself. Like, that's it. People are saying you need to date down. So, like, if you think that's dumb, then don't date down. What I'm saying, how is that, like, if she said that 95% of us are, it's not even a parallel at all. I think you know
So
this.
I do actually agree with you that you shouldn't date down because people are telling you to date down. It's not good for you. However, what Finn has been saying is that it's a hard thing to do, particularly when you're in a community that shames and acts violently towards you when you choose not to adhere to certain norms and principles. The norm in the community is that Black women date down. And for you to be outside of that norm is going to cost you a lot. And some people cannot afford the cost for just following their own way.
I got you. Like, I'm on here talking about things that I believe in and people are dragging me. right?
It's not just that.
I'm just saying, like, it's
Kyle.
cool. It's cool. It's
No,
cool.
no. Part of why I do see the chat, and I've addressed the chat, and I'm telling them to not be disrespectful. And I feel like the moderators, because they agree with the chat, aren't doing what they
No, it's
should
cool.
do, which is no. This is not you, it's me and my principles. Please time out people who are being disrespectful. I said that once before. Even if you agree, disrespect is not the way to go, not here. However, Kyle, people aren't mad at you because of your quote unquote opinion. There seems to be a lack of empathy. There seems to be a lack of, and particularly from the first live stream, a lack of interest in the collective, particularly because you said that you were an individualist. I said you were an individualist, my bad. You said you didn't like labels, so apologies. And so it doesn't, when you're just saying, it feels dismissive when you say, just choose better, essentially. Move on to the next one. Don't listen to the community. It's hard not to do that, but I don't disagree with the statement that you should not lower your standards. Like, I don't disagree. I hope no one here disagrees with the statement. But part of what we should be doing is telling men how to up their game.
Right. Okay. So wait, let me just make sure I'm understanding. So if someone, so you're telling me there's a situation, there is a critical mass, I guess, of situations where, say, a black woman is in a relationship, and the guy, or even not even in a relationship, right? Like there's a guy in the community who they're like, yeah, you need to talk to him. She's like, no, he doesn't have a job, or like he's, bus driver or whatever. And now that person is being shamed for the decision to not engage in that relationship because the community is saying that she needs to.
Yeah, well,
Okay. I'm really
it's more subtle. It's more subtle than that too. It can be more overt and physical, but generally, what I'm talking about is the fact that we create a narrative saying dating a bus driver is something aspirational and you should want. And the fact that you are saying, no, you wouldn't date the bus driver unless he owns the bus means there's something wrong with you. And when you acculturate a group of women to believe that they need to date the bus driver, it is going to take a lot of unlearning for them to recognize, one, their value, and two, they don't got to date a bus driver if they don't want to. They can have higher standards. There are people who don't even know they can have higher standards. There are people in communities that don't get exposure at all to have higher standards.
Okay.
And when you tell women to lower their standards instead of telling men to rise to the occasion, what you've done is you are blaming the woman for wanting more, right? And the part of the problem with this, which makes it complicated, is that I think black men get to hide under this under racism because it is real and it exists. We tend to lean into it as an explanation for why we can't do well, while women are doubly oppressed and are trying. And we are just saying, okay, well, now take me as I am. And we have Tyler Perry pumping out shows after show, movie after movie, telling black women, punishing black women who dare to even think they deserve someone who work in the same office as them and not the garbage truck driver, right? So I feel like we are underestimating the importance of culture on the minds of young people, and specifically when there is not enough voices creating or talking about an alternative.
Definitely a part of the problem. I got you.
All right, but
I agree. It's definitely a part of the problem.
Let's
and
move
Kyle,
on.
you
Go ahead.
sorry.
No.
And this whole discussion portion just started with, why would you listen to something so asinine, right? And follow it when it's something that's on the internet. Um, but even you said for yourself in your story, the thing that stuck out to me is you said I had a good foundation. Well, you have you're an outlier. You know what I'm saying?
We have to. Yes. No. I agree. Go ahead.
Right. Yeah. Like the fact that the median household income for Black families is around $47,000.
Mhm.
I am making an assumption. You said you have had a two-parent household. When you were growing up, I don't know if you know, but did your parents at least together get six figures?
I don't think they got six figures, but it was definitely more than the 47. So I can admit that. Yeah.
Right.
But
You
when I
know what
say
I'm saying? Like
I hear you. But when I say foundation, I mean like my parents taught me like do not go with the crowd. Like if someone's doing something stupid, like don't follow it. And I'm not saying that these women are following the crowd at all. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that some of the pressures that are out there and they're going to be out there. I'm just wondering if there's any power in not allowing that pressure to influence at all.
I do think more people should be telling women that it is okay to want higher standards. It's okay to only date men who can provide. It's okay to date men on your level. It's okay to date men who have a degree. Like more people should be saying this. So that's my
agreed.
position.
Yeah, and you having that foundation of parents who were able to be there for you because they're not worried about putting a roof over your head, paying utilities and food and stuff, you also have to take that into consideration. So the reason why I bring up the median household salary is because it takes a lot of the parents sometimes out of the home working shift work and not able to care for their kids or give them guidance. So then they get their guidance from the community or the culture.
Right. Right.
Growing up thinking that the things that are not good are good, or finding family with people who are hanging around the block or whatever.
Right. And no, I think that's a huge part of the problem. I mean, people are gonna whatever, but like the part of the problem is our culture and what we say is cool is it's not cool. It's not cool.
But where was this during the live stream? I'm so annoyed. I'm not fully at you. It just feels like then we both are on the same page, and then I felt like I seemed like a crazy person on the live stream until Chris joined me. But like it felt like on the live stream we were just like arguing about nothing. When it seems we agree about the culture and men needing to raise their standards and women not lowering theirs. Not raise their standard, but raise who they are. Rise to the occasion.
Yeah, I never said that the culture was great. Like generally, like the culture is not good at all. And that's not just men. I mean that's not just men. I mean it's just, the culture is a complete like
I think
circle.
women contribute to it because they have lowered their bar for men. I think women contribute it because they give access to men to them give men who don't deserve it access to them. But I don't. How do you think women contribute to the culture, the issues? And I do actually. There's more, right? Like Black women, in my opinion, aren't perfect. But
Well, I think that the culture is like we're talking about figures, right? So like you mentioned Tyler Perry and then you mentioned somebody else.
Pretty much all of them. Tyler Perry, Taraji,
Yeah. That's what I
Iyanla.
mean. That's what I mean. Like they are contributing to it, like the men and the women. That's all. Like Taraji is a woman.
Oh yeah, Taraji. Finn would call it blackmail worship. Yes, that's a huge problem in the Black community. That's
Yeah.
why I brought Tyler. We're talking about Black men. I love you all. We come back home. Stop treating us poorly. It's like no one comes out and says, "Oh, well, it's not all Black men." You know what I mean? So it's like at some point, I do think that I do believe this. I don't know who else believes this, but I do think that because Black women cuddle Black men so closely and tightly, it actually prevents us from growing. And there's a part of me that believes that a lot of black women feel like if they don't take care of black men this way and black men did actualize, that black men would not choose them. That's one of my biggest fear, that I believe that some black women believe and know that black men wouldn't choose them if they had a choice, but because they don't, that's why they have access to them, and therefore black women don't actually want black men to actualize some. And this is a theory that's not like fully real, but it's something that I've been thinking about recently, because when I see black women online fighting for black men and like talking about it, it seems almost like they think black men are children that they want to take care of and not grown men.
Yeah.
So that's the contribution of black women in a big way for me.
I got you. We can move on. I don't want to hang up on that.
Anecdotal evidence is not evidence of the sample size. Whenever something is negative on black men, it's not all. They're silent when they're bad apples or bad appling. Yeah, which is thank you, by the way, Miss Willow. If people were like consistent where they're like not all, and I saw them going against the bad man, then I would be like, okay, got it. But the people who tend to say not all don't ever speak out publicly against the bad behavior. It's only when someone else is talking about the bad behavior, the retort comes up where it's like not all. And that's like unfortunate. In the 60s, black men and black women don't deserve what white women have, i.e., washing machine. Black men do not think black women should be pampered and adored. Pillow and pillar endure. I actually believe some of this. All right, there's some more, but let's watch because I actually want to get to the Eddie part.
I can read the next one when you're ready.
All right, here. Let me.
We say black men to hold nice guys' life like Kyle accountable too. Kyle, you're proving the why.
I'm being held accountable for what?
Because
the Black Men Collective
character.
Oh, okay.
Thank you, the Raven. We just had a live here where the black men on the panel could not agree that dating felons is a no-go. Why are we pretending here?
Oh, yeah, that's also the point. When people try to create standards, then it becomes very holy. They put a bunch of holes in it so everything just slipped through. Because the fact that people couldn't just like collectively say, yeah, probably no felons, they're like, oh, I just got a picture in the Discord. Anyway, let me move on. That is such a cute picture.
It is cute. 2Ls. They only understand cultural influence when it pertains to the sexy reds and Sukianas. They'll defend T.I. for King T. Yeah, going rogue. Yeah. Purple Level 77. It is the same reason there was no pushback against the comment made by Orange Pill. They weren't willing to give any pushback then.
Wait, there was no pushback against.
No, Kyle definitely was the one dragging him, calling him a dusty.
Yeah, Kyle, you were not included in that.
I literally brought
yeah.
it up. That's all I'm gonna say.
Yeah, you did.
Okay, cool.
You did bring them up.
Thank you, Miss Audia, for the super sticker and the last one.
Thank you. Fairest. Let me pre-read this because she be playing. Okay, I can.
Kyle, are you a red dime?
I don't know what that means.
I
don't know.
Fairest. The Kenny versus Orange Pill section showed their true colors. They're too afraid to confront and correct other black men because of social rejection.
All right, let's get to Kyle. Thank you all. Not Kyle, but Eddie, sorry.
Probably one of them that I'm not going to have a good, robust answer for. And so the other guys, I mean, do you remember me saying that?
Yeah.
Okay. And so the other guys may have it, but to ask me, like, why are we having so many issues? I could point to.
I was asking about why do you believe? Like, do you have any theory as to why black men have fallen so far behind, or are falling behind black women? That's it.
I could throw some things out. I mean,
yeah, that's what I'm asking. That's literally what I'm asking.
Right, but I want to be careful with what I throw out those things because I could say to you, rap music. right? But I listen to rap music all the time. Did I ever think to pick up a gun and go shoot someone because I listen to rap music? Absolutely not.
But if you don't think that's a causal issue for the problem, then that would not be your answer.
But it could
If you don't know, sorry, I have to ask again because I didn't ask the question properly. The Discord corrected me. Kyle, are you a pretty red dime?
What does that mean?
Are you a pretty red dime? Do you know Simone? Do you know Simone Biles' husband?
I know Simone Biles.
Oh, all right, never mind.
Yeah.
Never mind. Neither do I. We gonna move on. I don't know him
As
either.
you should.
All right, cool.
Oh, then you don't know. I'm asking you for your theory. If you ask me the same questions, I have theories as to why it doesn't make it correct. I just have theories, and I'm literally asking you for your theory.
Okay, one of the theories is lack of fathers in the home. People don't believe in that. I mean,
no, we can talk about that. Can we talk about that, please?
Yeah, we can talk about that, but I want to have a caveat though. You know, I can say I think part of it is not lack of fathers in the home, but I know plenty of men who didn't have fathers in the home and they are perfectly fine. So that may be a part of it for some people, but I'm not saying that is the one only thing, or, you know, if you don't have a father in your home as a Black boy, you are going to be doomed. Like that is
and
not
build your theory. I don't know. You're fighting the hypo, which is fine. Like we can go back and forth.
No, I'm saying that may be a part of it though, famous. Do you know,
I'm asking you to build your I'm asking you to build your theory. Like, why do you think Black men are falling behind? Or do you think Black men are falling behind?
Sure. Yeah, I think that.
Have you ever thought about that in any?
You're muted.
This is can you look at the screen? This is a pretty red dime.
Why did you pull that out?
I don't know. The Discord sent it to me, said I should show what a pretty red
There
dime
are some
is.
things that need to stay in the Discord.
Meaningful way. The why?
Absolutely, it's not something that I'm happy about.
All right. So you thought about it. What have you come up with?
I told you I don't know. Maybe another brother can jump in about his theories about why. And you have to also understand, one quick last thing. You also have to understand that just like it's hard for some people to understand things that they're not exposed to, it's hard for me because, again, like I grew up in a primarily Black community where like 95% of my friends grew up with their mom and dad in the house. 95% of my friends who went to school cared about their education. 95% of my friends who I grew up with, like.
Kyle, I'm being messy. How you know it was 95%?
Oh, I was hoping. I was hoping you could ask this. Okay, there is a huge difference between saying 95% of an entire population and saying 95% of the people that I know in a controlled group. Like, if I have.
How you know it was 95%?
Did you do the math, Kyle?
95%. Why did you say 95%?
I want you to email it. Email it to the mod email, please, so I can see, check your statistics.
I love this. Okay, so let's look at what I said. I said 95% of the people I grew up were in two-parent homes. How do I know this? Of my friends. I know this because every single friend that I went to when I went to their house and visited, except for like one or two, had two parents in the home. How is that not? Like, how is that not? That's very different from saying 95% of men generally. Come on.
Yeah, no, it is very different, but you know it's not 95%.
Wait, what?
You know it's not 95%.
I know that 95%.
You know that as a factual matter, 95%, I don't know if it's more or if it's less, but you know it's not 95%. My question isn't whether or not it's 95%. My question is, why did you say 95%?
Oh, I said 95% because we were talking about 95%, and I was saying, and I was trying to make the point that like pretty much all of my friends who I grew up with had both of their parents in the home and whatever else.
No, that's why you were saying most of the people you grew up with.
No, not most. I don't mean like, okay, let's say I have 20 friends, right? I'm not saying that like 13 or 14. I mean like actually like 18 out of the 20 had like, it was very rare for me to go to someone's house who I grew up with in my community, which is like a Black community, and they like only had their mom there. Like that's my experience. That's my truth.
Yeah,
which is a great experience.
when you say when people I'm just kind of talking in this way, but it's a number because I've never I don't think I've ever said it, but I've heard people say 95% to say it's like pretty much almost all, even though it's not all, right?
I got you. But if it was like half or like a little over half, I would not have said that though.
Yeah, and that's why Finn, from my perspective, was saying 95%, where it's like it's a super majority. And she thinks it's most of them. But yeah. All right.
I got you.
Mikhail, are you going to be here every Friday? Are you going to come every Friday now?
Oh no, I don't think I'll be here every Friday. but if Daniels wants me to come on, I will oblige when I can. And if I don't have anything going on or any speaking engagements, or if my wife doesn't need me to do something, I'll be here.
All right, let's go. Because this is the part that annoyed me the most, and it took forever to
I'm gonna sit over here and eat my loaded baked potato that I've been making. I know y'all knew I had to be doing something with some food.
Right.
Yes. Like, I've been over here making a baked potato. I'm about to put sour cream, cheese, and bacon. Don't judge me. I'm about to put all that on this potato. I'm about to murder
Uber order. Themis is about to order Uber Eats because that's what he does.
Already
Friday
did. I have oxtail.
And he's probably getting some Jamaican food that I will want.
Right.
I have actually already ordered oxtail.
Oh, I want some oxtail. I'll try this one.
Oh, look at Prince Petty, member for 24 months.
Like they're doing fine. I bought on 8 of my friends today, or 5 or 6 of my friends today, and so that's what I'm saying. Like it's hard for me kind of fathom like what it is that is the cause of this if I'm not in it. Call that detached, call it in a bubble, whatever. But again, I don't know. Maybe it's the lack of fathers in the home. Maybe it's that people are not, putting education as a priority. Maybe it's lack of therapy and trauma that has gone on through decades and decades in communities and in families, right? And no one actually stopping that trauma and saying, hey, we need to actually go in a different direction. Maybe there's a lot of different things. Maybe it's an issue of drugs in the community. I don't know.
Can I jump in?
Yep.
So it's also...
All right. So I wish I wasn't so annoyed. Let me get ready. Because this is very annoying to me. This is frustrating. We can't talk about the culture and Black men degeneracy without bringing up Black women. Okay, Black men are leading in home ownership, entrepreneurship, education. Now what? Black women. Thank you, by the way. Thank you. Petty has been a member for 2 years. Petty said this is the longest lasting relationship he's ever had. You're welcome. Live, did you or did you not know if Themis' dad was in the house earlier?
Listen, man, whatever. I'm not gonna hear and lie. Themis, I feel you. You feel as though you told me that.
No. I don't feel as though I told you that. I told you that.
Okay. All right.
All right. Miss Audio, ladies. Oh, go ahead.
Go ahead. No, go ahead.
Read it? Okay. Miss Audio, thank you for the super chat. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Kyle Show. Q Hollywood by Beyonce and Jay-Z. Y'all messy. All of you in the corner.
I think we have to calibrate our expectations, both Black men and Black women, right? Because of YouTube and social media, we have these very, almost unattainable expectations. The man has to be 6'3" and make $100,000.
That's not true.
The woman has.
Girl, this man walked straight out of the manosphere into the live stream. You're not going to convince me that this man did not just walk straight out of the manosphere and onto this live stream. In what world are Black women demanding that Black men be 6 feet and make over $100,000? This
that
is
was
not
straight
true.
up red pill rhetoric, completely.
No one would be peered up. The $100,000 is where it would be done. There would be no children, no access, nothing, right? But watch how he moves around. Watch how this so annoyed me, but I was trying to hold myself back.
I'm sorry?
That is not true. Black women actually date down.
They date down, but they do not marry down. I work in a primarily female.
All right. So it started at what they wanted, which was like dating. It then moved when I said no, they date down. It then moved to marriage. Marriage is actually very much trackable. And so at the point where you're saying black women only marry up, I'm going to have problems with this because this is not what the stat says. So, like, this is so bizarre to me, right?
But don't people usually date, marry who they were dating? So if they dating down, they probably marrying down too.
Yeah.
And that's if they marry, because they don't marry either.
Yeah. So, and like the more money, wait, let me leave that alone for a second. That's that. Over 60% of black women are the leading contributor economically in their marriages. They marry down.
Well, I mean, not in my group of friends. I won't argue with those statistics.
Okay, so it left from what they want to marriage, black women generally, to in his group of friends. Why did no one step in when he said black women wanted to marry only people who make 100,000 and are 6 feet? Why did no one step in and say not all? Why did no one step in and say not all black women? When he's up there generalizing that way, no one, absolutely no one, stepped up and said not all. He was allowed to generalize, but no, when I generalize and when women generalize, no, everyone has a problem. Not all black men, not all black men, but he's up there disparaging black women because this is disparaging, talking about, oh, black women only want this, this, and this. Okay, fine, you said that. Now other men step in and let him know that it's not all. Where were all the men to step in and say, no, it's not all, it's not all, it's some of us, it's some of us. Where are they? No, where were they? Because this is annoying me. This annoyed me, his position, and it's not because he was wrong, it's because of how he kept going and changing his position in the middle of the conversation. And we know we speak this way about groups of people, and that is why no one corrected him because their ego was not bruised. People are like, oh my God, we don't talk like this, we don't do this, we don't do that. Correct him. Correct him.
Well, can I just say one theme is you were very hyped just now, and you have
I am.
And you have every right to be. So that's my first point. People get hyped, and it's okay when they get passionate about things. I think here, one, I want to validate your point and say that like it is an area of a blind spot, and it is pretty hypocritical for us to not have jumped in and like corrected him. I think there are lots of reasons for that. Well, I don't know about lots, but there's one or two reasons for that I can think of. The first is he did not say that like as a whole, or like generally, or like he did not qualify that at all in terms of like you know, this is like an accurate type of depiction of like what black women do. So I think that
he said exactly how Sin said the color purple is an accurate depiction of black men. Fine. He said black women do this. They're the same thing to me. There was no qualification on either. One was fine with all of y'all, and this was it. Sin wasn't. Why not?
Yeah. So like I said, I think that looking at it from your point of view, which is those are the same things, that's hypocritical. And like someone, including myself, should have spoke up about that. I think the other view of it is that like, and I stressed this when I was like going off on the 95% thing. I stress the words accurate depiction of. Like if she had just said like the movie shows a real problem in the black community among black men, I wouldn't have had an issue with it. Because that's true. So I don't know. People can say it's semantics or whatever, but I think that makes.
But what was the issue with saying that it's an accurate depiction though? That's where I'm still confused at, because from what I saw and from what I've read about the movie, It is 100% accurate. In fact, I would venture to say the oppressive, abusive ways of Black men has escalated since that movie came out. So I don't see how it wouldn't be an accurate portrayal.
Yeah, I mean it's okay. I don't want to derail Themis' show on that again, but I think that that's my position. Number one, to answer your question, Themis, I think that like it could have been viewed in the way that you are viewing it from the men on the panel, for us to jump in and say, well, wait a minute, Eddie, are you talking about all Black women? Are you talking about most Black women? Like some, like, and we didn't do that. And we didn't do that because that was a blind spot in that moment. What I am also saying is, for me, I'm not talking about anybody else on the panel. For me, had you, Senji, said this movie shows a real issue in our community, then I would not have had an issue with it. I think when you say accurate depiction of Black men, to me, that's different. And that
Yeah, because you don't want me to highlight that the problem is Black men, but it is.
No. I do think that you can highlight the problem is Black men. Absolutely. You can highlight the problem in the community. Like I've said that
But the problem in community is Black men's behavior. So why wouldn't I just say Black men?
Well, but you didn't say just Black men though. Themis, I don't want to I'm trying to be respectful of your time and your show, and we talked about this on.
Yeah, they know our options are slim. Yeah, the ones who think they are good are going through their options. The ones who are good are hiding out in their homes, only concerned about their families, denying being a part of the community. And that's the part, like, because like I feel like there is no difference between what just happened, the generalization that just took place, and Sin's generalization. They were exactly the same. There is nothing different at all. There's no difference.
Okay.
None. And so I accept what you just said. I accept the apology. All of that, that's fine. And I'm not gonna beat it down too much, but the way Eddie came in was straight out of the manosphere. It looked like Eddie walked off of Kevin Samuel's live and walked right into this one. That's what it looked like. It looked like it was Kevin Samuel's reincarnated girl. He just jumped up there ready to drag women and then kept moving the goalpost. It's not done. It's not done. Because he gonna continue.
But my point was that I know sisters. I'm talking about my personal interaction. I work in a primarily female profession, female-driven profession, where I'm around a lot of sisters that are high-quality people, but have trouble finding partners. And their expectations are pretty outlandish. And they will pass over a good dude that is a potentially good father because he's shorter than them. And so I don't think the preference is fine. I mean, you have to be attracted to the person that you will be with for the rest of your life. I'm not kind of downing that preference piece of the whole deal, but I think that our expectations have been skewed, and I don't think on both sides we have fair expectations. So that's part of it.
But that's not true, right? Because
explain. I don't. What do you mean that's not true?
By and large, married down. If Black women were only dating men with 6 figures and 6 feet, most of the Black men in the Black community would not be partnered, could not get a partner, would not be dating. So the idea that Black women's standards are too high or unreasonable is like absolutely not borne out by anything.
But wait, Themis, really quick on that. I thought we just earlier said that the stat for Black men being married is like very low, right? Like
yeah, but they're not, because you're not married doesn't mean you're not dating and having children.
Well, wait, but the brother Eddie said they may not date down, but they marry down. So we're in the realm of marriage right now. And I think earlier, right? I mean, let me just pause. Right, we're in the realm of marriage, right? Okay, sure. All right. So we're not talking about dating right now. And so then earlier we talked about the low threshold, the low percentage before Eddie got on of Black men who were married. It's in the 30s. So I'm not really understanding how that's not tracking.
Kyle, unless you are saying to me that Black men were out here proposing to Black women and Black women are turning down Black men's proposal because they're not 6 feet and 6 figures, I don't know what you're saying here. So you can explain.
Yeah, all I'm saying is I think you made the point that if Eddie's point, which I think is that the women that he he said in his circle and like what he's experienced or whatever, are having, and I don't endorse like 100% of what he was saying, but like, he was saying like, if we take what he was saying, which is that Black women have this, you know, higher standard or whatever for who they're going to marry, and they don't marry down. And then I think your response to that was they do marry down, because if they didn't, then the percentage of Black men and women who would be married to each other would be low. I was just saying the percentage is low. That's all I was saying.
Yeah, the percentage is low, but it's not because Black women don't marry down.
Right. I mean, I'm not saying that's the reason. I'm just saying like
that has to be why you brought it up in this case. Because Eddie and I are having what seems to be a impromptu debate about why it is that I believe Black women's standards aren't too high. And my evidence is reality. His evidence is delusion. And you came in to justify his position by pointing to the low number of marriages, which would only work in this argument if Black men were asking Black women to marry them and dating them and treating them, whatever. And Black women were saying, no, you are not 6 feet and you don't make 6 figures.
I thought your point, Themis, was that if what Eddie's saying is true, then the numbers would be low.
No, the numbers can be low for multiple different reasons.
I agree.
Like a lot of different reasons. So in the context where you brought it up, it was to justify that, no, you said if Black men, if Black women's standards weren't too high, then the numbers would be low. But that's not what I said, and that's not the only reason. I said Black women are peering with Black men, even when Black men do not have resources. That's my argument.
Can you please play back what you said?
All right.
Okay.
And gentle reminder, we are almost at 4 hours. In about 15 minutes,
Right.
maybe we can open the panel.
Female gender profession around a lot.
All right. Thank you.
A lot of sisters that are high quality people but have trouble finding partners, and their expectations are pretty outlandish. And they will pass over a good dude that is a potentially good father because he's shorter than them. And so, I don't think the preference is fine. I mean, you know, you have to be attracted to the person that you will be with for the rest of your life. I'm not kind of downing that preference piece of the whole deal, but I think that, you know, our expectations have been skewed, and I don't think on both sides we have fair expectations. So that's part of it.
But that's not true, right? Because
explain. I don't. What do you mean that's not true?
By and large, married down. If Black women were only dating men with 6 figures and 6 feet, most of the Black men in the Black community would not be partnered, could not get a partner, would not be dating. So the idea that Black women's standards are too high or unreasonable is like absolutely not borne out by anything.
But wait, Themis, really quick. Okay, you pause it. Yeah, you said that. Go ahead.
I said if Black women's standards were too high, then they would not be dating or marrying.
And you said then they wouldn't be pairing, right? Like pairing with Black men, right? Is that?
Yeah.
Okay. So that's why I said what I said, because if you're saying that if their standards are too high, then they wouldn't be pairing, then logically, what does that mean? That means that the numbers would be low, no?
The numbers of marriages would be low or could be low possibly, but that's not the only factor. So when you put up marriage as an example of why they're not peering, which you don't have to be married to peer, but when you put that up, what you're saying is that the reason it is low is because Black women's standards are too high. When you put their low marriage rate in this context, you're responding to me by saying, well, the marriage is low, so what? From my perspective, I'm going to be like, so what? That could be a reason. Got it. Prove it.
I don't think that's the reason. I don't think that.
I know. Well, I hope you don't think that's the reason, because it's not.
Absolutely.
But But then I am going to ask you to prove it.
Right. I don't think that the reason why the marriage rate in the community is low, I was being objective, and your response to Eddie was that if what he's saying is true, then the numbers in the community would be low because Black women would have these high standards or whatever.
Yeah, but that your response to that should be, well, is that the only reason marriages would be low or peering would be low if you actually cared? And then I would say no, there could be other reasons why marriage is low. But that's not what you did. What you did instead is push the low marriage rate to justify that women's standards are too high. Those are two very different approaches.
Why didn't you just say that though, Themis? Like in response.
Because I'm telling you, not you, but Eddie, I'm telling Eddie that it is not true that Black women's standards are too high. Because if Black women's standards are too high, they wouldn't be with Black men. They are with Black men. Black women are the least likely to date out. And I didn't just say marriage, I said peering. You then said, well, actually, the marriage rate is low. The only reason you would do that is to prove Eddie's point that Black women's standards are too high, and that's why they're not getting married. But there are multiple different reasons for why Black women are not getting married. And the fact that their standards might be too high is not one of them, because it's not, in terms of income and height.
But why didn't you just say that, though? Like when Eddie said that was the reason, why didn't you just say, well, Eddie, there are other reasons?
No, Eddie didn't just say that. You said it. Eddie said their standards are too high. And
okay.
You're the one who brought up the low marriage rate. Eddie didn't even remember that we were talking about less than the 35%.
You, not Eddie. You brought up the rate
in the beginning of the live, and I was talking to Eddie about Black women not peering with people with wouldn't be peering with people if they have low standards. Black women do peer with a lot with Black men without 100,000, and I'm still right, by the way.
Of course, I'm not saying that you're right. I'm not saying that you're wrong about the reason why the marriage rate is low is not because women have high standards. Like that's obvious.
So when you brought it up, it was to defend Eddie and attempt to say that, in some ways, to say that the reason the marriage rate is low is because Black women's standards are too high. That is the only reason I can think of for you to bring it up there.
Okay, well, that's fine. I think we should move on. That's not the reason. The reason is because you brought up the fact that if that was true, then there would be fewer people being married. And my only
I didn't say married. I did not say married. Okay, I said Black women. I said no. I said, and I paused it here. I said Black women would not be peering with Black men if they had a high standard at 6 figures and 6 feet. They would not be peering with Black men. That's what I said. And then you brought up marriage, not me.
What was the context of the conversation?
That Black women's standards are too high. That was a general conversation. And I said it's not, because they date down and they marry down. They date and marry down.
Okay, Themis. I want to be respectful of the time. We're not going to agree on this. I'm saying that you guys were talking about pairing in the context of marriage, which you were. Eddie,
no, we were talking about peering generally, not just marriage. And even if we did do just marriage, by the way, you would then look into the marriages, because I definitely pointed out that even within the marriages, Black women were dating down a majority of the time and were the main economic contributor at the rate of 60%.
Okay.
Wait, are we not? I feel like I'm in the twilight zone a little bit.
No, it's cool, man. This is... You and Eddie were having a discussion about when you first started talking about dating down, right? You said Black women date down. And what Eddie said was...
No, Eddie said Black women... No. Let's be clear. Eddie says Black women's standards were too high. And I said, nope, that's not true. They date down.
Yeah.
Like, nope, they don't date down. They marry down. They don't date. They might date down, but they only marry up. And I said, no, they don't do that either. And then he was like, oh, well, in my community, in my group, that's all they marry up. And I was like, okay, cool, that's fine. And then he went on to talk, and then I stepped in and said, yeah, that's also not true, because if it were true, black men wouldn't have access to black women if black women had a monetary standard of $100,000, is what I'm saying. And then you came in and you said, well, you said the marriage rate is low, which implied that you believe, or you were justifying the fact that Eddie is correct, because if they didn't date up, then more of them would be married.
Theme is when, okay. All right. That's fine. Like, you guys were talking about marriage.
I specifically said dating and marriage right before I paused it, and peering. I separated dating, marriage, and peering.
Eddie agreed with you that women date down. Did he not?
Eddie don't agree with nothing. Eddie don't know what he agreed with. Eddie came in and just started spilling out foolishness.
That's fine. But I'm asking you, what did he say? Like, he said that they may date down, but he said, I am now talking about them marrying. And so you guys were discussing marriage.
Let me go back again.
Oh, goodness.
Okay, while you're going back, Kyle, just to clarify.
Yes.
Not sharing is just a random question. Your wife is Black. She had a white stepdad, correct?
Correct.
Okay. I was clarifying for you in the chat, and I just wanted to make sure I was correct on what I heard.
I appreciate
your
that.
wife has 2 Black parents.
Right.
Correct. Okay.
Preference is fine. I mean, you have to be attracted to the person that you will be with for the rest of your life. I'm not kind of downing that preference piece of the whole deal, but I think that our expectations have been skewed, and I don't think on both sides we have fair expectations. So that's part of it.
But that's not true, right? Because
explain. I don't. What do you mean that's not true?
By and large, married down. If black women were only dating men with 6 figures and 6 feet, most of the black men in the black community would not be partnered, could not get a partner, would not be dating. So the idea that black women standards are
Did you? I didn't hear Eddie say that.
No, you were responding to me what I just said.
Right, and in the context of marriage.
All right. You want to know something? Even in the context of marriage, what I said you were saying would be the same.
Okay.
Even if we were just talking about marriage. No, listen, for real. Even if I was just talking about marriage, which I wasn't, I was making clear that it was marriage, dating, and just general peering, right?
Yep.
Even if we were only talking about marriage, Jizz, what would what you say have to do with what I said? Because it could only be used to tell me that, well, there is a low marriage rate, therefore black women's standards are too high. Or you're saying, because you said if black women's standards were too high, black men and black women wouldn't be peering up. They're not peering up, so black women's standards are too high. Everything goes back to whether or not black women's standards are too high in this context. And while you could, in fact, say the marriage rate is low because that's a factual reality, you cannot say it's because of black women's standards. So if you're using the marriage rate against me to point out that, well, you said if black women's standards were high, the marriage rate would be low. The marriage rate is low. Then I would say, okay, that's cute and all, but that's not based on the standards.
Right, but I wouldn't have made that response, Themis, if my response was based on your response to Eddie.
What did your response mean? That's what I'm saying. What were you trying to communicate when you made your response to me saying talking about black women standards? What does the response mean?
I thought that your response was that if Eddie was right, then the percentage would be low.
All right, let's say I did say that.
Yeah. I thought that's what you were saying. It may
All right,
not.
let's Eddie say that. What would your response be saying?
So then my response would be, well, Themis, I don't know if that's a good argument because we did say that the marriage rate was low. So I don't know if that's like, is that the best argument to make?
But no, why would you say that? You would say that because you would be pointing out standards. And then at that point, I would say, well, that could be one reason for why the marriage rate is low, but there are others.
That's fine.
In fact, I would say, are men proposing to women and the women turning them down because they don't meet these $100,000 standards? If yes, then you are right. If no, then you're wrong.
Right, but you can just have said that. Like you could have just said that in response to Eddie.
I couldn't because I was speaking to Eddie about his standards about Black women, and I'm saying Black women standards aren't high, aren't low, aren't high. Because if they were high, Black men would not be peering with. I meant what I said, by the way. Black men and Black women would not be peering if Black women standards were at $100,000 financially.
Okay. I mean, we're not going to agree on this, so I don't, we're just
not going to agree on what?
We're not going to agree because you continue to tell me why I said what I said.
I'm asking you why you said what you said. And you keep saying it is to show that there was a small percentage of marriage. Therefore, Black women's standards are too high. Because you're not just going to tell me that Eddie is telling me that Black women's standards are too high. This is what you're saying, right? Eddie's telling me Black women's standards are too high. I'm saying, in your mind, if Black women's standards are too high, there isn't enough marriage. There wouldn't be enough marriage. You go, well, there isn't enough marriage. I then say, but there are other reasons for why there is not a lot of marriages.
So Eddie could have said what he said about women having too high standards. And and that's why, and his whole purpose is, and that's why they're not married.
Let's pause here. Eddie could have said that. Why aren't you correcting Eddie on his lie?
What?
Eddie said Black women have too high a standards. Why didn't you jump in and say, yeah, that's not true?
I don't know. I don't know. I don't agree with it.
Then why didn't you come in and tell him that you were telling me that my rhetoric is odd when you came in to defend Eddie actually, but you don't agree with him. I'm pushing back against him and you came in after me as opposed to after Eddie.
Okay.
Wait, no, do you understand what I'm saying? You're saying we can agree to disagree, but that's what I don't understand. Like, you and I agree here, and instead of coming in to back me up, you came in defense of Eddie. But this is not the part. Let me hurry up and get to Eddie.
We're at the 4-hour mark.
Hi. All right. Let me play this quickly and then come do it.
Okay.
Reasonable is like absolutely not borne out by anything.
But wait, Davis, really quick on that. I thought we just earlier said that the stat for Black men being married is like very low, right? Like
yeah, but they're not, because you're not married doesn't mean you're not dating and having children.
Well, wait, but the brother Eddie said they may not date down.
Oh, I clarified, literally clarified for you. Like you said it and I was like, okay, if I said that, whatever, because I didn't remember whatever. I literally said, okay, dating. Like I literally clarified.
And then what did I say? I said, but we were in the realm of marriage.
Yeah, but then so you kept going along that even after I clarified, instead of correcting Eddie then. Because I feel like you should have been correcting Eddie and not me. Because we should agree here, and we sound like we agree here.
Okay. But they marry down. So we're in the realm of marriage right now. And I think earlier, right? I mean, let me just pause. Right, we're in the realm of marriage, right? Okay, so we're not talking about dating right now. And so then earlier, we talked about the low threshold of the low.
I also clarified because clearly I was. Yeah, I said pause. I clarified.
No, and I said sure.
But
I think definitely said sure. Go ahead.
I think that's where we're talking past each other. Like
I
No, it's
thought
not
that
that we're talking past each other. It's that you are defending someone with a point that you don't agree with against me who you agree with. That does not make sense to me. And also, again, I just explained, even when we're talking about marriage, because I saw what you were doing, even in the context of marriage, there isn't any real argument here.
Okay. Well, I don't think that Black women are not getting married or dating because they have standards that are too high. So you
No,
can believe that. You can believe that about me, or you can't.
You and no. I literally just said you and I agree.
Okay, and I'm telling you why I brought up the point, and you're telling me I brought up the point
No,
about
but
the rape.
wait. Even if you brought it up for the right reason, you shouldn't be attacking me in whatever debate this was, because you and I agree, and we both just confirmed that Eddie was dead wrong. And so when Eddie say black women standards are too high, I'm not sure why there's a rhetorical conversation happening with you and I when you should be checking Eddie, telling him, yeah, no, black women standards aren't too high. Don't say that.
Okay.
Low percentage before Eddie got on of Black men who were married is in the 30s. So I'm not really understanding how that's not tracking what he's saying.
Tracking what? That women standards are too high. That's why they don't get married.
No. Tracking what you just said, which is if this was the case, then Black men would be marrying at low rates. So they are marrying at low rates.
No, I didn't say they would be married at low rates. I said they would not have access to women.
Hey, you have a super chat right here, Mrs. Taylor. Why don't men ever?
Can you pause it? So I think, again, you just asked me if I was supporting his theory about women having high standards, and I said no. So that's not the purpose of what I said.
Yeah, but you were attacking me as opposed to him, where you and I didn't disagree, is what I'm saying.
But I wasn't attacking you because I think that women has high standards. First of all, I wasn't attacking you at all. I was bringing up like the fact that what I thought your response to him was didn't really logically like track. So if Eddie says that women are having too high of standards, and I thought that your response was they don't have too high standards because if they did, then the marriage rate would be low. And I'm just saying, wait, I don't know if that's the best argument because the marriage rate
I didn't say
low.
I didn't say the marriage rate would be low. I said they wouldn't be getting married to black men.
I understand
which
that.
means
but that I'm telling
yeah.
I'm talking about you're asking me my motivations and my intentions for why I said what I said, and I'm telling you them, and you don't believe me. So I don't have.
No, it's not that I don't believe you. I never said the marriage rate would be low. I said that they wouldn't have access and they wouldn't be peering with black men. And in fact, if you brought up the marriage rate, I would say even within the low marriage rate, they are peering with men who don't have a ton of resources, so it wouldn't stand.
Okay.
And when I say attack, what I mean by that is you're siding with Eddie about a semantic point, which is fine, but his substance you disagree with. Like that's an odd. Why I say attack, by the way, it is really odd.
Reasoning. I was disagreeing with your reasoning. That's all I was doing, bro.
But even if you were disagreeing with my reasoning, you could come in and say, I disagree with your reasoning and I'll explain to you why. But you, sir, at no point did you correct or address Eddie, by the way.
That's true. I didn't.
Mentioned emotional intelligence.
No. Sorry, we went over that. I don't know why it's up there.
Well, I think you bring up an important point. I mean, to be fair, there is a lack of emotional intelligence among some of our black men and our women in general. You know, so I think I don't think one side is to blame. I think
you're saying both sides, and I'm telling you that it is not the case. For example, that black women's standards are too high. In fact, I believe black women's standards are too low. I don't tell black women what to do, so I'm not going to tell them how to raise their standards. But the fact that Pookie and Ray Ray can have access to men, like black women seem to be loyal to black men generally, where it's not reciprocated, is my opinion.
But he's not talking about standards, though. I thought that Eddie was just talking about, and Eddie, I'm sorry, I know you can speak for yourself too, brother. I think he was saying just now about the social emotional part that I want to refocus us on.
He straight up said standards. He like straight up. I'm laughing because he straight up said, you are running interference. That's the phrase, right? Is that the phrase, running interference? I don't know this sports language.
Yeah, sure. Running interference. Yeah. He I could have sworn he just said something about the fact that in our community we have issues with social emotional intelligence for black men and women. I mean, did he not say that?
He did, but he and I were talking about standards, and he was reading a comment on the screen, and I said, "Please don't do that. We already got over it." Someone said it feels like we are they're in on our private messages.
Definitely.
Hey,
it is
hey,
a
so
private
Kyle.
conversation.
Go ahead, Sin. Oh, Sin,
So-
thank you so much, by the way, for the super chat. Like, this is like ridiculous. I appreciate it. Thank you.
No, it's no problem. But Kyle, do you see what I'm talking about now? Where black women are constantly discouraged from elevating their standards, where you literally were sitting on a panel with a man who's saying that the reason the marriage rate is low is because black women's standards are too high, when in reality, I would venture to say black women have no standards at all, except that the man is black and male, and that's about it.
Sure. I mean, I think Eddie was talking about his experience with women that he knows who are not married and are passing up guys from his opinion that he doesn't understand why. But that's, maybe these guys are trash. I don't know.
But they always say that. They'll always say black women are passing up these men who are qualified and who are good guys. They're just nerdy or educated lames or whatever.
But
When the reality, I'm sorry?
That doesn't happen.
I don't think that it does. No, not in large amounts. Black women are black male worshipers. There are some of them who will literally take any man as long as he's black. I do not believe that there are these qualified good men that black women in large droves are just passing up and saying, well, no, I just want this man who is going to run out on me, abandon me, impregnate me, abuse me. No, I don't believe that that's happening.
I don't think that either. I don't think that's the same thing that I'm asking about. I'm not saying women are running to men who are abusive. What I'm asking you is, you don't think that there are women who say, hey, this is a nice guy, he's cool and everything, but he's just not compatible with me. Like, because he's just not, the type of guy that I want, whether it be he's not tall enough or he's not he's too nerdy or whatever. I don't know. I'm asking if that.
No, I don't know. I mean, I could obviously do it by anecdotal experience and say I don't know any black women who do that. But my question is that how are black men measuring the fact, whatever they think, with these women who are turning down these good men? How are they measuring that? Like, how do they know that there are these black women who are just turning down these men? But also, if a man is not compatible with a woman, should she not skip him up if they're not compatible? If they're not compatible, the relationship is not going to work.
Absolutely.
Compatibility is important.
Absolutely. So that means that it happens, though. That's my point. You said it doesn't.
No, but I'm saying, how do black men know to what extent? How are they tracking the extent to which they're saying that this has happened? Like, of course, we can all speculate and say, oh, of course, there has to be some women who are turning down nerdy men or whatever. To me, nerdy man does not equal good man, though.
Of course.
But it's like, to what extent do you guys think it's happening? Because I keep hearing this all the time. Oh, black women are just overlooking these good men. It's like, okay, I feel like y'all are just saying it, and I'm not y'all, obviously, but the people who are saying it. I feel like they're saying it just to say it, or to overinflate the amount of good black men out there, or to say the reason you are having bad experiences is not because there's not an abundance of good men, but because you're overlooking them, which is actually not true based on a law of probability. If there was a lot of good black men, it wouldn't really be possible for black women to overlook them because there would be too many of them to overlook.
Yeah, I mean, again, I don't agree with Eddie's position. I don't think that that's the reason. I was talking about Themis's response and how I don't think that their response reasonably and like accurately responds to what Eddie was saying. So I mean, y'all can keep trying to tell me and gaslight me into saying that that's not the reason why, and that I think that women have too much high standards. But I mean,
No. I don't. Again, I don't believe you believe black women's standards are too high. I don't believe you believe that. All I'm saying is, I wish you had come in defense of me as opposed to in opposition, because we'd agreed substantively. Even if you disagreed with procedurally how I got there, you would have come in and said, Eddie, black women standards aren't too high. Also, Themis, I don't agree with your justification. And then you allow me to explain my justification. But it seemed not only did you come in and in opposition to me, you then later came in again running interference, explaining, making more palatable the degenerate foolishness that let me stop. What Eddie was saying, you defended and you tried to clean up, which is how I know you didn't agree with him, by the way. Like immediately I knew you didn't agree with him, because then you started talking about socio-emotional intelligence, but he was talking about standards though.
So he was talking about both.
Yeah. Well, I don't know if he was talking about both. He was reading a comment that he definitely didn't respond to.
Wait, I said that there's an issue of social emotional intelligence in the community amongst men and women. He didn't say that.
No, he was reading a comment, and I told him not to respond to the comment. That was saying, why don't we talk about emotional awareness and whatever. They know our options are slim. Oh, I read this. Thank you. The unique. Let me continue. The unique statistic.
Debate those standards. But I think I want to refocus on something that's really important, which is social emotional intelligence and the role that social emotional intelligence plays in relationships, both for Black men and for Black women. Eddie, tell me if I'm wrong.
No, you're right. And the factors that impact our social emotional intelligence, which, I mean, first being trauma, right? I mean, many of us have been traumatized in the Black community. It's a fact. And that trauma has not been dealt with, covered up with these different things. So yeah, I think that's the bigger, broader conversation for both Black men and Black women. I mean,
can we pause? Do you see what I'm talking about, Themis, when I said earlier? Do you see what I'm talking about when I said earlier that there's always an external excuse lended to Black men? Like how he just said, oh, well, Black men being traumatized. It's like, okay, so at what point do we acknowledge that a lot of these things that they're doing is by choice? That nobody traumatized them. It's not white supremacy. It's not oppression. They're just doing these things because there's no consequence, because they want to. Like, I feel like there's just always who traumatized Black men? And how did Black women escape being traumatized? And why are none of these excuses ever lent to Black women? Like when they're blaming single motherhood on Black women, although that's a condition that men create, they're not saying, well, these women are single mothers for any external factor. They're saying these women are poor choosers. They're making bad decisions. So it's always like a conscious poor decision for Black women. But apparently everything with Black men has to do with them being traumatized or bullied or beaten or
It does,
abducted by
yeah.
aliens or something.
Wait,
Oh,
wait.
listen,
Didn't he just say that they were both traumatized though? I
Oh
could have sworn
no,
he said.
wait for it, because it's because Black men got brought up that we heard about the system and racism and all of that just now. The only reason he brought it up was because that just came up. But let me. The chat is dead wrong. The chat is dead wrong. Leave Eddie alone. I'm gonna pull back too, because I
Oh wait,
should.
Amos, I'm sorry. Did Eddie not say that the social emotional issues in a community affect men and women for trauma?
Yeah, he did, because
Oh,
he
why
was
we focus on
explaining men. He
understand?
was explaining men and the fact that men are falling behind, and so he added it. But don't wait for it. It's okay. He's. You think he's being balanced? I actually agree with saying it was in defense of men that he remembered that the system existed. But let me play this, because it's getting. This is the. Yeah, then I'm gonna play this. And he ain't talking about no socio-emotional intelligence, because you don't know what it is. It is what it is. That's my belief. I don't know if it's true, but it is what it is.
Okay.
A woman that have been through some sort of significant trauma, whether it's abandonment from the father or what have you, and they have had to help that woman heal, and while dealing with their own baggage.
But that's the focus, though. And they probably were abandoned by the women were abandoned by their fathers. We're talking about Black community. Women were abandoned by their fathers, which leaves the man to have to help the woman heal. So the man is a superhero in the scenario, and the woman is the one in need of help. Who abandoned her again? Because, like, I understand the painting of the picture of the man as the savior, but in doing so, you ignore the other man that abandoned her, right? And he has to deal with his own trauma from abandonment too. But it's this weird thing where you put the man as the superhero to help the woman, but you don't highlight. Well, I'm going to do it here. Let me stop talking, because I did not let that go. Their fathers, and they have their own baggage in the way you just said. But we keep, like, instead of, I can appreciate a man with his wife who was abandoned by her father, but the abandoned by her father is the part, it still goes back to a man abandoning the child.
No, I agree with you. No, that point, yeah, I agree that there's a generation of men. This is why we're here. I mean, unfortunately, people like Kyle and myself, there are some good brothers out there that may be hard to find because the Black man abandoned the male child, and so and now he looks to what? Yep.
Also, please don't let me ignore the fact that the idea that men are helping women through their trauma and helping them emotionally, by and large, in any great number in the Black community is not a thing. I don't know where Eddie pulled this from. Not even just Black men generally. We don't even have the language to explain our own emotional state, much less to be helping someone else with theirs. It is not a thing. Like, this is not, like, I don't even know why I just kind of let this part go and not explain about the dynamic regarding men and the fact that patriarchy prevents us from really tapping into and understanding our own emotion. So the idea that men are somehow getting over their own abuse enough to help women through their abuse and their abandonment is absolutely ridiculous, wild, and he just pulled that from mid-ear. Don't know why I let that go. Thankfully, I got a chance to address it now, and I won't address it any further.
Themis,
right.
You are not going to blame me for you are not following directions.
I won't blame you. I won't blame you. You can drop the link. But wait, no, let me finish this. It's not finished. This part, Eddie part, because he's going
Eddie's
to
part.
what Finn just talked about blaming the system and why men can't achieve versus women comes up very specifically in a moment.
Yeah,
Okay,
they're never Black men are never doing anything of their own volition or as the result of poor decision making. Like that's what I noticed. It's never because of their poor decision making. But with Black women, oh, it's 100% you consciously just made the wrong decision and you knew you were making the wrong decision and you still made it. But black men are traumatized, oppressed, beaten down, broken, torn apart, tarred and feathered, buck broken, whatever.
Someone said he pulled it from his imagination. Y'all need to stop.
Right? And so we're talking about this is an issue that has so many layers. That it's just not as cut and dry as black men are trash or black men aren't doing what they're supposed to do or black women are this or that. There's a lot of systemic factors.
Instead of saying black men are trash, which is kind of derogatory, the question we were asking previously is, why are black men falling behind? And Kyle does not know how to answer it, fair enough. Does anyone?
I do. I have answers for that.
Yeah. Oh, by the way, you can fight the premise and say this is not true. Black men aren't falling behind. Just FYI.
It is. There's a not to make us victims because I do not like victim thinking or victimhood at all. I think we can. I think we're smart enough as a people to move ourselves forward. But honestly,
already saying this is why are black men falling behind? I don't want to say we're victims. If we're victims, we're victims. Say what you want to say because you're going to talk about systemic oppression and you're going to talk about how the system is helping black women and not helping black men. Do it. But listen to what he says, and this is the part that annoys me the most of all the live.
Honestly, we're in situations and we're born into situations and a lot of us don't have the tools to be emotionally intelligent, to know which direction.
Most of us are born in a system, blah, blah. Black women are also born in that system. But what do you mean we don't have the emotional intelligence? Didn't you just say that black men were helping black women through the emotional trauma? He's the one who just said that black women who don't have no fathers find black men and the black men help them through their their emotional trauma. Now he's saying the reason black men are behind, black women are falling behind is because black men don't have the emotional intelligence. So how you don't get the emotional intelligence but helping black women through their emotional trauma? Tarred and feathered.
Direction to go. We don't have the guidance, the tools, the wisdom available to us. And so that's why it's important for us to have forums like this. So maybe people tuning in can get those tools, right? And so, in terms of black men, quote unquote, being behind, can we define that further? What does behind look like? Behind as according to who? Or
behind in terms of academics, socioeconomics, emotional intelligence, social intelligence, resources, that kind of stuff.
Well, I think we have to ask. I think we have to ask what external factors are impacting that as well. We have internal factors within our community. We have some dysfunction within our community that we have recognized. Right? We have absent fathers. We have mothers that are traumatized. And so, the black man and really black children in general are starting off behind the eight ball in a lot of instances.
Black women starting ahead in some ways, because black women seem to be they're not doing the best, right? But they seem to be making some headway where black men seem to be falling back.
Well, there are a lot of initiatives for black women because they are double. I'm going to totally destroy this terminology, okay? So feel free to correct me. But they're double, the intersectionality, they're black and they're women.
Oppressed. Yeah.
Right. So then that there are, this is.
Why are black men falling behind black women? His answer, black women are doubly oppressed. That does not answer the question. It actually only proves how much more difficult it is for black women to get ahead. But he doesn't say that to explain anything. He says it to dismiss it because I think he knew I was going to point out that black women are doubly oppressed. So why are black men falling behind black women? The answer can't be black women are doubly oppressed. So the only reason he did it, in my opinion, is to disregard it.
Is a fact, more opportunities, more grants, more things for people who are I don't know the term double intersectionality out there than for black men, right? There's black.
See, can you pause me just
black
really
girls
quickly?
this.
Can you just pause? Like we hear this a lot. There's more programs out there for black women. What is making them think there's more programs for black women? Because most of them don't know what programs are out there for black men versus black women. I think that because they see that Goldman Sachs is investing in black women, because they think that black women are the only ones who can get on welfare, even though welfare isn't gender based. But I think they believe that there are more resources for black women, but they're really not checking. Because as much as people talk about, oh, save the black boys and we need to do something for these black boys, I'm willing to bet there's probably more programs for black boys than black women and girls.
Oh, I have to say something. Kyle, go ahead. Kyle has to speak. He has to leave.
I just want to say thank you all again. Themis, thanks for having me on. My daughter is up, and I have to go make sure that she gets back down. So I'm gonna head out. But thank you all.
Thank you. Bye.
See ya.
Bye, Kyle.
See ya. Bye.
All right. If we're talking about black men, I should have looked at the black boys because it would go state by state for me to figure this out. But there are more quote unquote programs and aid for black women than there are for black men. There is a difference, however, in the utilization of resources available. Why would there be more programs for black men if they don't use the programs that already exist? There were free mental health available to black men and women. Separately, black women used it up, black men didn't touch it. There were grants for black men.
But why would you as a black man, when I think we know it's a part of the culture to not want to better yourself, especially not mental health wise, why would you utilize the resources if you're not trying to better yourself? Most of them, I would venture to say the vast majority do not think they need any help. They don't think they need to better themselves. So why would they be, even if the resources are there, which you made a point, they're not even using the ones that are there. So why would anyone create more? But they don't see a problem. They don't see a need to better themselves. So they wouldn't gravitate towards it anyway.
Yeah. No, listen to the rest of this because like I should have really went in on this, but whatever. Just is investing in black women because black women are investing in themselves. Wait for it, LCM. Watch what's going to happen next. Because they think they're slick, talking about they uplift women and they care about women. No, because when it's time to come, all you do is drag women. Whenever your ego is involved, you start dragging. So here, listen to him and listen to him good.
People are looking to hire black women. Is that true or not? Am I wrong in saying that?
I agree. There are more black programs for black women than there are for black men. This is important though. Those are created and ran by other black women.
Not all the time.
Not all the time, but enough.
Let's not act like.
No, because no, this is the problem though. Some of the things that people say around this is saying, why are they black women are ahead because they have so many programs that they either advocated for, fought for, or created themselves. Whether it's legislatively, they're going for it. Whether it is advocacy or them creating it. And then we say, why don't we see it with more black men? There are more.
Well, there are programs for black men now. You have the Black Man Lab here in Atlanta.
Okay, how dare you? How dare you? In the midst of you telling us there's not enough program for black men and black women have all these programs, I'm telling you that black women are creating these programs and advocating for these programs. You immediately saw that would mean the reason there aren't enough black men programs is because black men aren't creating them, aren't advocating for them. And because you don't want to face this reality, you now retract what you said. Oh no, don't say there aren't enough programs for black men
men, there are programs for black men. Your whole argument is that there aren't enough. And I'm explaining to you why there aren't enough. Why are you now mad? How are you
He's doing
mad?
he's doing the same thing that egghead did on Fox Soul. Remember when I said black men haven't created any programs, and then he switched it up after Tammy asked him what programs did they create and why they didn't create any. He went into this whole spiel about how there's a ton of programs created for black men. So it's like, which is it?
So ego. So we have it. Don't act like there is not a lot of programs for black men. Okay, there's a lot. Why are you mad? Or like, why are you doing this? Yes, Sin, by the way, it is completely, I actually forgot that. It's completely reminiscent of that debate, that conversation you had on Foxhole. Completely, like, you can't just contradict yourself in your argument because you're getting dragged. Like, what do you mean?
They don't care. They do it all the time.
You have Udugu.
Wait, no,
so there are, and you have a bonus
Eddie, you cannot say that there are way more for black women than for black men. And then when I'm pointing out that, yes, there are, you then go back to saying there are a lot for black men.
No, I don't think there are a lot. I say there are programs for black men. So I don't want you to do the narrative that black men are sitting on the sideline. We're not. Black men are sitting on the sideline. We have programs that we create.
Okay, so see, completely useless conversation. Whenever his ego feels attacked, he's just gonna say whatever he needs to make his ego feel better. When this does not make sense to me. Like, this conversation does not make sense. How are you up here saying there are so many more programs for black women than black men? I'm telling you why, and then you're mad. You're like, well, don't pretend there are black men aren't creating programs. Obviously, they're not creating enough because you're mad. Like, what do you mean? Like, I'm so confused as to why this was a thing. Like, in the middle of me agreeing with you that there aren't enough for black men, I'm telling you why. Now you're mad. No, black men are doing. Okay, black men are doing the work. Then we don't need to do any of this. There's enough program. Y'all have a lot of program. Y'all don't have a lot. Y'all have some. You don't have as much as women, and I'm telling you why you don't have as much as women. And now you're rebutting. You don't have as much as women. With we have some. What? What? Why are you here?
The real question should be, why are they not using the programs that they have?
Oh, I didn't even bring that up, which is why, like, the reason there aren't a lot more programs is because the ones we have, we don't use. The black community is in shambles, and it's mostly attributed to poverty and crime. Why wouldn't we raise our standards to avoid poverty? I don't know. I agree with you, Miss Truth Teller. I agree with you. Other standards, Kyle teaching his daughter over his next 15 years considered too high. What is a short list of? No, the thing is, Kyle and I agree that the standards, thank you, by the way, the standards are too low and we should higher the standards. So I don't know why at all that he would be defending the other guy against me. Kyle said, I said what I said. I'm uncoded. Good luck, that period. You're answering your own question. And the reason you are doing that is because you recognize that I'm going to say, if there aren't enough programs for black men, why aren't they creating and advocating for it? And you're preemptively, you are preemptively answering that by saying you are, but they're not as many as there are for women.
That's right, because we're going to create them, others aren't creating them for us.
Therefore, one can assume that black men aren't as activated as black women are in either creating their own programs or getting other people, i.e., if you want to say the government, to create their own program. We know.
No, it behooves the government to not create programs for us.
No, it doesn't. Black men are not politically activated. It shows up in every single poll. We don't go out and vote in the way that black women go out and vote.
Right, because we don't get the outcome that black women get.
The Liberal Party.
Girl, what is this?
Just go ahead and
What
open
is,
the panel.
how you gonna get outcome for things you aren't done? How you gonna get outcome for things you don't show up and vote? You were saying you don't show up because you don't get the outcome. You girl, what? And nobody's attacking you. Oh my God, we were enslaved. No one is afraid of us. Like I refuse to believe that there is a bunch of people who are afraid of black people, black men in particular, and therefore they are intentionally making black men not go to school and leave their families. I do believe in the systemic racism that exists. Like I do believe it exists.
Yes.
But you're not about to sit there and tell me that the people who enslaved us are so afraid of us that they are preventing you from going to school, putting stuff in your water so you leave your children. No.
You know it's not true. And especially with Black women being doubly oppressed, which they also pointed out, how are we able to not be in the same boat as them or lower?
Yeah, even if the standards are high, when they aren't, the marriage rates would have still been low. Let's keep it about black men do not offer marriage often. When we do marry black men, it leads to poverty. We tired. Yeah, I thank you, by the way. I wish that conversation didn't happen here, but it is what it is. It was very, very specific and semantic for no reason. But it is what it is. I tried to date so many nerdy and educated black men. They all chase light-skinned black women and non-black women. This is a huge lie. Yeah. What's her name already spoke about this. For Harriet. The Democratic Party goes after black women and not black men because black men aren't activated politically. I don't know why.
And the black women respond, and the black men don't respond because the outcomes are not the same. They aren't really promising us things,
fine.
and they are creating things for black women. Is that not
We
true?
are arguing back and forth because you just preemptively answered a question in the negative in a way where you were positing it. You were literally saying there aren't enough black men program as there are black women program. And in me explaining
That's
how
true.
black women program came about, you are preventing me from explaining any of it by saying, but no, black men aren't just sitting on the sideline. We're also creating programs. There aren't
We are.
enough. That is your point.
Both can't be true. So you're saying both can't be true?
Both
It can't be
can
true that black women have more programs? Okay.
Oh my God, how do people deal with this kind of conversation? Like, how do people do this? Because you know why you were bringing it up. You know why you were bringing it up. Both can be true, but that's not why you brought it up. You brought it up to point out that black women have more programs. What you thought I was going to agree with is that, yeah, these white people are just giving black women program. No. Black women are advocating for their programs and creating their programs. So if you think black women have more programs than black men, it's because black women are working to create these programs more than black men. And you don't want to admit that. So you kept bringing up, oh, black men have programs too. Black men have programs too. I know black men have programs too. They just don't have as much. The reason they don't have as much is what I'm explaining. So when I'm explaining that and you keep going back to black men also have programs, that is a useless conversation and you know it. You're only responding based on your ego. It is reductive. It is dumb. And I don't know how anyone can converse with this. It's like he's triggered and just going off. It's like, what are you doing? Like, what are you doing? And I don't like this because you brought it up and I'm giving you an answer and you are just going back and forth. It's like, girl, I don't care about this ego right now. I'm telling you that I'm telling you the answer to the question you pose, and you keep trying to answer it with the question you pose. Why?
You know what else is wild, Themis? On the same panel, you had a black man talk about a program for children that he had and he turned down donations.
Girl, stop. Stop. This is a private conversation. We can't have that conversation here.
On the same live.
Finji, I miss you. Please come back. Your videos are needed. Can you just admit you're wrong? LOL. However, Themis, hope you are having a great day. I am. By the way, if you have not checked out Sin's Patreon, it is patreon.com/Cynthia G. She's on Patreon and she does put video out. So if you're here looking for it, she does have the videos on Patreon, and she went live today. She still goes live. It's the same content, just more fun because you get to twerk in the chat a lot. So please go over there. She's I don't want to speak for Sin, but I think Sin is tired of YouTube for right now. But if I can convince her to come back, she might.
I may come back at the beginning of the year, Themis. We'll talk about it later though.
Yeah. Also for everyone, please. Here it is. I was gonna ask for someone to do it. There you go. The Patreon. More black men billionaires than black women. If black men were interested, those black men were interested in creating programs, they would. There are more, when we think about even sports, for example, the men, mostly black men, are way more wealthy than the women in all these sports areas. When we talk about acting, entertainment, all of it, if black men wanted to create programs, they could. They have resource at the top, at the highest level. Black men are doing way better than black women at the highest level. And they are choosing not to reinvest in their community. That is a black man's problem.
I'm talking grassroots then. I apologize. I'm talking.
And that's where I'm going to end that. Ain't nobody got time for anything else. Like, he said he's talking about grassroots. No, you weren't. You were just talking about programs. You weren't talking about You would have pointed out the black women grassroots programs. You didn't. You just talked about programs generally. So it could have come from anywhere. You were actually mad. You said there were government creating programs for black women where they weren't creating for black men. So you weren't talking about no grass. I hate this so much. I don't like when people just keep backtracking and moving the goalposts. This was a whole mess. Like, that part of the live stream is a whole mess. And I don't know how to really engage with people like that. It annoys me to no end. I would much prefer you straight up tell me I don't know or end the conversation. Don't keep moving the goalposts. Don't keep changing your argument. Don't keep reframing. No. And don't talk over me in an attempt to silence me because you don't like what I'm saying. I don't like any of it. Sorry. Go ahead. You said to open the panel for like 20 minutes.
Open the panel. But what question do you want to ask so we can keep it on?
I wanted to get everyone's kind of perspective. They can ask one question, but they can like give their perspective on the panel, the previous panel. Please do not spend over like 2 minutes.
2 minutes. I got a timer.
I demand watches waiting to exhale.
Panel was actually really interesting, and I think you should try to do more panels where men give their perspective, because if nothing else, black women will be able to understand what these men think and how they show up in relationships. So I think overall, I really think it was a great panel. Actually, it was a great discussion.
I appreciate that. Thank you. And I will actually talk to the moderators because I need to invite. I hate the idea, but idea for inviting. I like people inviting themselves, but I will try to invite some men because I think there's a lot to be learned from it. And if these weren't Kyle's friends, I think I would chop this video up and repost them and react to them. Specifically Eddie, but I know they're not about to watch it to this point. So, like, I just don't want to deal with it. He was proving my earlier point on the silence to the bad apple. So, anyhow, are you watching JJK Themis? It's good. What's JJK? I don't know.
Tell us, Willow, what is JJK?
Nakaris, what do you have?
All right, you said I have. Can you hear me okay?
2 minutes.
Yep, I can hear you.
All right, I wrote down notes, so I'm gonna go quick. So I wanted to say to Kyle when he was here is Kyle should realize he is the perfect example of why women are saying majority or quote unquote 95% of Black men as subpar. Because if he, as a lawyer and self identified good Black man, was up here quoting the same talking points men like Kevin Samuels were spewing about overlooking the good Black men and Black women not choosing well, how in the world is he expecting Black women to put their lives at risk to even give Black men a chance at this point? He kept saying he disagrees with Eddie, yet in the same breath, he says Eddie's not entirely wrong, that Black women are ignoring the nerdy Black men. And not once did he display any curiosity on how those nerdy Black men treat Black women. Let's be real, the grace and chances he and his brethren demanded from Black women are not given to Black women. If it was, there wouldn't be statistics that show major disparities between Black women when it comes to weight and skin tones if all the Black men were giving the same chances they're asking for. Additionally, notice how when Kyle wants to showcase the good Black men, he uses his anecdotal evidence of his small group of friends when he knows majority of Black men can't do the same. Yet when Black men as a majority make like yet he wants Black women as a majority to make a life decision based on his very minuscule sample. Yet when majority of Black women share their grievances about their own group experience, here comes Kyle lacking empathy for those experiences. I'll prefer Kyle and his friends say what they truly feel, which in my opinion and observation is indifference to the status of the Black community as a majority, as long as the commentary doesn't include the two factors they identify with, which is their Blackness and their maleness. I would have an iota of respect for the quote unquote good Black men if they just came out and said they don't care, instead of spending over 10 hours now between the two streams, as the great Sin-G says, pussy popping all over the place. I need Kyle to ask himself why he can empathize and translate for the majority of Black men, even though he himself said he wouldn't want to pair his own daughter with the average Black man, yet he refuses to do any introspection to dig deeper to find out why Black women will feel the way we do and why his instinct was to push back at any call out or stay mute when his buddy was straight up wrong. Do Black women a favor and stay mute indefinitely and let us clean up our lives as we see fit.
Thank you. No more cursing. Also, I think Kyle would say he is, in fact, an individualist, even though he doesn't like terms. So, not too far off, I guess. Thank you.
Thank you, Nak.
Dev, you said there are 2 million more Black women than Black men in college. Enroll ratio is 7-3. How are good Black men everywhere? Thank you. There are 2 million more Black women, period, actually, than Black men. Go ahead, Dev.
Hey, Themis. Hey, y'all. So I was the one that sent the super chat that said, I think Sinji wants a revenge versus accountability, and so I just wanted to explain what I was actually saying. So we've spoken before. I'm an activist. I'm also an abolitionist. I don't think that jails keep us safe, and so when I say that someone is wanting revenge versus accountability, I think that what that means for me is that that person wants something either bad to happen or like some type of um,
Punishment.
some some type of punishment. When if you think about like justice, what's required for justice and accountability, that looks very different. Where it's about the person actually accepting that they've committed harm and being able to like learn and then being held accountable or being or someone ensuring that that person actually grows from that experience and that that behavior doesn't happen again. So that's
Who
what
gets,
my
who gets to define what justice is or accountability or revenge? Who defines that?
uh when
You said she wants
so
just
like
that. She wants revenge. How do you know it is revenge that she seeks and not accountability?
for me, I think that's kind of what a lot of the back and forth has been about for most of the night. So I think there's been a lot of Kyle. I think he is a really good representation of men who like maybe don't commit harm. I don't know that for sure, but you know, just judging from the surface. And his reaction is one where he feels personally like hurt or accused almost when he hears someone say like all men are, you know, this, or most black men
But
are, you know.
if he hears all men are this, then that would not be what was said. So it sounds like a completely personal thing.
Well, I think that what people hear versus what is said, I think there can be like a gap between the two quite easily,
Oh well,
right? Like
then people need
someone.
to fix. Then
Mhm.
people need to fix that gap, because if you're hearing things that weren't said, that sounds like a personal problem.
Well, I think
Your
that's
two
what
minutes is
happens
up.
when.
2 minutes.
Okay, and
I
can I
have to
say
stay
one
on
more thing,
time. I'm
please?
sorry.
Just one more thing. I will. My solution to all of this is I think that we should actually stop grooming women to get into relationships and to define their success in life, whatever, by their proximity, based on their proximity to a man. So I think if we didn't do that and we instead had clear messaging and like values around like, no, you can enjoy life as a single person, I think that would reduce the amount of women who got into harmful relationships. So I'll just leave
I
it there.
mean,
Thank
when
you
you
for letting me
say
come up.
revenge, it just feels like you don't engage with sort of retributive justice versus sort of utilitarian justice in a meaningful way. And utilitarian does not exclude a kind of retributivist approach. And it seems an under oh all right.
No, keep going.
It seems
I'm
an
keeping up on
under
time.
it seems an underdeveloped notion to just kind of say, oh, someone just want revenge without fully engaging with what was said. But makeup is here to keep me on time, so I'm sorry, Dev. We can have another conversation some other time. Extra crispy, extra wet. Go ahead.
Bust down, Dusty, bust down. Okay, I'm gonna be as quick as possible.
Wait, before you go, like it also is like calling women bitter as opposed to engaging with what they said, to say you just want revenge, as opposed to like really grappling with the issues being brought forward. So I will stick a pin there and we'll talk late at another time. Go
Yeah,
ahead, you
because
have 2 minutes.
nobody said anything about revenge, but you know, people hear what they want to hear. Okay, really quickly, like I said, bust down, Dustiana. We had a lot of dust bowls going on tonight. I said what I said last week about lack of empathy, unwillingness to engage with information. That makes them uncomfortable and it's painful for them, and being honest about how much you're willing to engage. And respectfully, Kyle, you've just made it clear that you are, you know, a part of the subgroup that I grew up in, which is, you know, black elitists, and there's just certain things you're not going to engage on. And I think that at this point, to a degree, it's in bad faith to even have conversations with Kyle about some of the more collectivist solutions that we're trying to find. And I know that Sin can defend herself, but something that I notice when people engage with her content or her point of view is the amount of cherry picking. Because if you actually listen to what she's saying, she's simply advocating for black women to do better and letting black men figure their own stuff and their own problems out. And it comes off like a lot of black men realize that if enough of us listen to Sin, they won't have access to the only resource that they actually use in mass. And then really quickly, I need y'all to be respectful. Wake Up Makeup told y'all you had 2 minutes, and no disrespect, Dev. I ain't trying to be mean, but when she told you to sit down somewhere, and he was like, one more time, just one more thing. None of us is greater than the other. Please follow the instructions. And obviously, love the makeup. Wake up. Hopefully, I can get on your
Thank
calendar
you.
at some point. Do I have like 10 seconds left? Where am I at?
You've got a little more than 30.
A little more than 30. I just want to say thank you to Themis. I don't know if we all say it enough, for giving us a platform to be able to speak our minds, share our truths, and engage with a larger group of women and people who actually understand and have a desire to engage with us. And of course, thank you to Cynthia as well for being very brutally honest and consistent throughout her content. and making sure that our voices are heard. And ultimately, like y'all, at the end of the day, like I know we get on here, we get agitated because people who are intellectually inert are constantly trying to have conversations with us that they are not prepared for, and then get mad when they get checked. But I just say, for internet and real life, let's continue to engage with each other and enjoy each other's time, and be okay with folks not, having the width and the range and the bandwidth. And I'll say good night. Thank y'all.
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Thanks. I'm about to jump off too, though, because my battery is dying.
Oh, same. Separate phone, though. I really appreciate you for coming on. Everyone checks in out. Obviously, you can come on. I'm going to just start sending you my link generally. Not for the men's panel, though. But yeah.
Yeah, it's definitely my pleasure. I love when I'm able to come up here and have a discussion with you too. So thank you so much.
Have a good one.
Have
Hug
a
the
good
niece
night,
for
Sin.
me.
You too. And I'll still be in the chat box. I have to charge the phone though.
All right, awesome. We have 2 more and then we're done, so it's fine. Bye.
Bye.
Fairest, your 2 minutes. 2 minutos.
Ok, gracias. Gracias por mis 2 minutos. Minutos. Okay. Honestly, it was just really frustrating listening to Kyle, aka Somersault and Shotty, dodging around the points on a handstand and a somersault, backpedaling and everything. But
Wait,
just,
so pause her
just
time. Pause her time.
no,
Pause.
no, wait.
All right, go ahead. No, because the thing is, I think there is I don't know how I am able, I guess, because a lot of men have said this to me directly, where it's like, you are fruitcake, that's why you connect with women. And I don't know necessarily that that's true. One, that's dumb, but I'm not asking y'all to give grace, but like on an individual level, for real, Kyle is a friend of me. No, he's a good person. Like in my opinion, in my estimate, you know what? I'm gonna do this in the after show so y'all can drag me in the after show. I think he just doesn't, in most ways, we don't know how to talk about issues with Black men. I think, like, actually, I don't think we know how to talk about issues in the Black community, specifically around Black men. I don't think we know how to do that. I don't think that's the thing. But go ahead. Sorry, Fairest. I'm so sorry. You can start over the 2 minutes for her, and you can do whatever you
Yes.
want with it.
Okay, so I will say that it was just really frustrating listening to the panel again from the beginning, and then listening to Kyle's points tonight, because it's just very clear that a lot of the quote unquote good Black men just have an unconscious bias against women. Like, you're a man, that's where your team is, and it's very subtle, to the point that they don't even realize it, to the point that they will sit there as the kind of elitist good Black men and very clearly have this sort of derision towards what they call the Pookies and the Ray Rays. But when it comes time to actually criticize those Pookies and the Ray Rays, they will not, because they identify themselves more with them than with the Black women. Like, I'm always going to go back to that Kenny situation where he called out Orange Pill and how uncomfortable they look. If you don't want a community or a space filled with Black men who are Pookies and Ray Rays, you have to confront those Black men. White men and other groups of men created entire systems of laws and regulations to control the behaviors of the people that they want, so that they can have societies that they want. If you don't want Black men to be deserting their families and engaging in crime and doing all of these other things, you need to confront them. That's how you regulate behavior, is men checking men. And why, like, when you don't do it, then who's supposed to do it? The women? Why do you look so uncomfortable when a man checks another man in front of you? And then when they ask, like, why don't you say anything? He says, well, I don't want to start an issue. I don't want to argue. What if he doesn't want to be friends anymore? Why do you want to be friends with somebody like that?
10 seconds.
That's it. That's all I'm going to say.
Thank you, Fairest. I work with a nonprofit across the. I work with nonprofits across the country. I'm telling you, black men do not show up for their programs. Only black women do. I mean, we've done it on this channel too, and I did the resume review only like not only but mostly for black men in the beginning because there a bunch of them were talking and saying no one is doing this and no one is doing that. None of them showed up. So I mean, that's not a good sample size, but yeah.
No,
Um,
but you also talked about your there was some event at
yeah, the
your
mental health thing
yeah,
for my mom. Yeah. Uh,
yes.
at one point in my city, they had a program to pay for black men to attend college and trade school. They literally ended it due to the low
That's
enrollment.
crazy.
That's wild. A lot of these programs are run by well-meaning white people, and they are BS. All right, go ahead. Too many programs. Oh God, I almost read this name as if it was a serious name.
Can you hear me?
Hmm.
Yes.
Okay, so I'm so glad I haven't been here for a few weeks, but I'm so glad to have come on this live today. So we, according to black men, we don't have a plight. So we just need to settle that and be done with it. Every time it comes to us talking about us, then it's always, well, no, because Eddie and all of Kyle's friends are used to their circle where they say stuff and they nod and go, yeah, bro, that's right, that's right. And they don't get checked about it. So when they do come in spaces like this and we're like, no, these are the issues of black women, nobody wants to talk about it. And Themis, I think you're right that we don't know how to talk about black men because the instant we do, a lot of black women instantly push back. You were right to check Kyle and say, why didn't you get on Eddie when you agree with me? What are you talking about? He was dead wrong. And I've said it before. I've been on here before, but I've said, I think that boys get dusty ceremonies, that they get scrolls of passing down their talking points because Sin has an old video from 1968 where you had black men saying black women are used as tools of white supremacy. And it's like, how are we 60 years out and they're still saying the same stuff? Or I was 4 in 1985 when The Color Purple originally came out. And even being that young, I heard about how black men were like, this is a terrible representation. But the thing was, I was actively living in a house with DV at the time. So many black girls have, so many black boys have. And what they don't like is that 40 years later, nothing has changed and it's actually gotten worse because
10 seconds.
the femicide rate is out of control. And that's something that as a community, we just push down and go, well, like you said, she should have chose better. The woman who got murdered in her car in Philly with 6 daughters, hello, she wasn't a isolated case. So we do have to just make sure to talk about that stuff more. And thank you, Themis, again for giving us a platform. We need it and nobody else does it like you. Fruitcake harem for life.
Thank you. Have a good one. I appreciate that.
You too. Happy New Year.
Happy New
Thank
Year. Oh,
you.
we're gonna have giveaways in New Year because we didn't get to do it for Christmas. So look out for mango juice on me. Let me go in the after show because am I the Simone Biles of the situation? I'll explain in a minute. So you know how Simone Biles' man disrespected her, and she out here swinging, fighting people online. People, I realize like I'm not defending Kyle, right? Like it's not in defense of Kyle. We've known each other for 10 years, right? And it we we have been through a lot together, and so it does feel a lot like you guys are looking in at private text messages. And so for me, we're going back and forth, and like I don't feel disrespected, and I hope I didn't disrespect him. We get loud and obnoxious when we talk to each other sometimes. And I don't have many black male friends. Unfortunately, I have a lot of black women friends, and he's one of my closest friends. Well, black male friends, that is. And so the way we act might seem odd, right? Now, I do disagree with him on the Black community and his approach on sort of collective action. And how we talk about it might differ, right? Defend Kathy if they don't know, just because a few hours of conversation.
The accuracy.
Again, again.
The Lulu is the
Yo,
solution.
the way I can, as soon as I said it, I knew y'all would have done this. Like, I just knew y'all would have done this.
We know we don't know Kyle personally.
I'm
We know
gonna
we
go
don't
to
know
the. I'm going into the Discord because y'all played in my face at this moment.
But as soon as you said you went to college with him, that already let me know that his views are going to be a bit skewed. Like you and him both said, "Oh, we have plans for our lives." The fact that you were in college already made you an outlier. So
Wait, I'm not actually. I am getting dragged by my dad.
he's a good man.
What?
Did you get a
He a
ring
good
from him?
man. He a good man, Savannah. A good man.
Woo. There it is. We've been
Look.
together for 10 years. Y'all don't understand.
It feels like I'm singing Girls by Beyonce. Not Beyonce, Destiny's Child. You remember when I feel like I'm Kelly in that song where she's saying, "What y'all don't know about him is I can't let him go because he needs me."
What's your Anita Baker song, Fairy Tale?
I don't know why y'all doing this to me. I have never done anything but be honest and careful and kind, and y'all dragging me for filth in this chat. You may need to unpack with the therapist.
Stop.
Penis been too tweet that he at least got chosen. I got a friend. What y'all mean? Wait, I can't. I need to stop laughing.
Oh.
I feel like I need to bust out and sing "I'm Not Going," and I'm telling you, I'm not going. You're the best I've ever known. There's no the fact that there's so many references to like sticking that related.
So
Girl, I'm
many.
all kind of. Someone
Oh
said
my
Team is
God.
being a full-on pick me. Man. This is dead wrong. I'm going in my Discord and I'm going to go talk to my Discord because they're not going to drag me. They're going to be more kind and they're going
They're
to
gonna drag you
listen.
too. They
They're,
gonna drag.
they're going to listen to me and explain my friendship. I do think that, in truth, I think Kyle is elitist. That's the one drag, and it's not because it's not. I don't think he's like trying to be elitist. I just think like he doesn't really like. He's like, this is my bubble. I got it. I'm the like. What are you talking about? Why are you caring so much about all of that? Just do your best in your life and whatever. And so like maybe that's what it is. But I
No,
do.
that's absolutely what it is. He made that very clear, but he's unconscious about it. And I mean, he said it. He said it, and he would never let those kind of men come near his daughter. We're well aware. Well aware.
Wait, let me read something. Don't listen to these bitter baddies. At least you got the friendship ring.
Oh my gosh.
Take a minute, girl. Come sit down and tell us what's been happening. Period. See, what y'all don't know about him is I can't let him go because he needs me. And he really getting trust from his job, and I ain't making it easy. I know y'all see him bugging off all the time, but I know deep inside it don't mean it. It gets hard sometimes. And I need my friend. I don't think y'all understand.
Y'all know he gonna pull out some lyrics.
Theme has got a friend at home.
Oh.
Period. Theme has got Rashida's fire. Theme, that's why you a single. Theme is single. That's why y'all
Oh.
single.
That's why y'all single. Oh.
Theme has got Simone syndrome. Light skin Theme
No.
is girl. Kyle is the pretty red dime. Don't let
Yes.
them chase away your dime, Themis. Period. Can't let you chase away the pretty red dime. Let me stop.
Oh,
I bet Orange Pill has a friend as a girl.
Mhm.
He comes home to you ignore. All right. By Discord, I'm coming. I am coming to like explain to y'all what I believe and why I can't let him go. I have to hold on to my friend. So I'm coming. Let me go charge my phone. Have a wonderful night, everyone. Remember
Good
to
night,
like, share, comment, and
everybody.
subscribe. Wait.
Pretty red
I
dime with
might
the
not
light
come.
eyes.
Let me go look. Let me look at this Discord chat because I might not come in there.
You gotta come in. You gotta come in.
I don't want to be here. I'm not. I'm not doing this
Yes,
with
everybody, please like the video on your way out. Please like the video
Oh, yeah,
for the
please do that.
algorithm. We thank you so much.
Themis, what did you like about the conversation with the second panel of men? Wait, which panel? I don't know which
I don't
panel.
know.
I like the panel I had with Alicia's husband, Jamal, and Tiff's husband. Wait, was Kyle on there? No. I like that panel. We don't jump you, Themis. All right.
Yes, you can have some soda.
Hi, Ruby.
Say hi, Themis.
Hi, Venus.
Hey.
I got my rash. I got it.
Okay, baby.
I
That's
got
fine.
rash my hand. I stick my hand.
He does not want to hear that. No. Thank you.
Kids always putting your whole business out there.
I know. All the business. Good night, y'all.
Bye.
Look at this. You still like my hands? I like my